Hello and welcome everybody. On the wrong stream? No, you're right here, at the right moment, at the right time. Welcome to the WRC YouTube channel. Today we're bringing the Sankei Shimbun Cup Top 24 Finals. This is my first time commentating with Corak. Hello, by the way.
Hello. This is Corak. Bring me in here a little early for the first games here. These will be the playoff games. And of course, we're down to the top 24, so things are getting a little tighter here. The pressure rising immensely.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be a really interesting fight. We'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping to see some very correct but aggressive play. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see. But yeah, I don't know. I normally hear you as I'm going to sleep, usually, around about this time every day. So it's really nice to see you here in the early first session. First match, but yes.
Well, yeah, I usually don't get off till about an hour and a half from now, but I took the day off for other reasons. Tax day's coming up, so I have to get that stuff together. I was like, oh, hey, I guess I'm here for the afternoon, so let's go.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining me. This is going to be really fun. Yeah, this weekend we have going to be having 4 streams on the WRC channel, as we have the top 24 round and the top 12 round after that. We'll get to the format in a bit, but there will be 4 streams this week. So look forward to those, and maybe we'll be seeing some pairings of commentators that you might not necessarily be used to.
Yeah, 4 days back to back, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So a whole bunch of action coming up.
Exactly. Later on, we'll be joined by the wonderful Tipzntrix and the magnificent Jenn. I hope that we'll enjoy that just as much as this game right here. But today, our broadcast is sponsored by WRC and USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex 3 auto tables. WRC, hopefully you know who we are. We are the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, and the next of which is coming up very soon in Tokyo in July. But we're here to talk about the Sankei Shimbun Cup. We finally made it to the team playoffs. 64 teams took part in the Steps League in Tokyo, and 20 teams battled each other during the Orb League in Western Japan. Now, they've combined for a 24-team final. This means we'll also see some players from the Orb League for the first time on this channel. In the first stage of the finals we'll be watching today, the teams will be split up and grouped into 6 tables. To advance, you have to be top 2 on your table after 3 hand chants. Only 12 teams will make it to the next round. And for our first game today, we'll be watching Table A. One thing we should talk about is Team Mahjong King. You can see it on the right, bottom right there. They are from Osaka as part of that Orb League. So we haven't seen this team before. Some new players coming in who managed to qualify. But starting in the first dealer seat, we have Mei representing all Sirius from NPM. In the south seat, we have Momo Matsushima representing 3 Arrows from NPM. In the west seat, we have Haruka Kinoshita representing Team Trinity from JPML. And in the north, our new player, although she's been fighting just as hard as everyone else, in her own Orb League, Risa Sono from Team Mahjong King from NPM. Hopefully, if you're enjoying the content, and I hope it's going to be really fun today, please do consider liking and subscribing, hitting the notification bell, doing all that lovely YouTube stuff. But I suppose we should get right to it, shouldn't we, Corak?
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump in. Seems like it's going to be basically the same concept. If you're doing 2 or 4, you just play normally for the first game and then see how you're doing in the middle.
Exactly. I think the reason why it's 3 is because there are 3 members on each team, but you can have one person play more than one game. I do think you might be seeing a lot of players putting each person up once, though, for this. I would if it was me.
All right, we have a 7-0 Dora, Chun pair here, reasonably fast hand. Fremont pair up, kind of a pinfu hand, not particularly valued. Does have a Dora, though. 3 pins, nice little floater. Distant route to any value there, but you'll take what it can get. A few pairs here. You get another 8, so you can consider even Sancho Doko out of that. But more likely end up towards Tanya. 1 pin, you have the overlap of the 1, 2, 4, 5. Gets rid of the 9. The south, not going to be useful here. Not going to hold it. Formont, well, it connects with the 5s. The 2 is no longer of any use.
It's going to be an interesting situation with the I don't know, I keep making a mistake. It's the 7 is a Dora, of course. We see the indicator is
Yeah, it's the
6.
7. Well, the 1
So,
gives you an Itsuret here, so there are some routes
yes.
to something.
There's also a very, very slim chance of that 1-2-3 Sanshoku, but you need something to happen very soon.
Well, that 7 is definitely going to push you more towards the Itsu route. And a
Exactly,
7 is a
so
pair up Dora. You want to go Tanya with this. I want to just cut Haku here. You can go
yeah,
1-2 pin, you can go 1 Mon, but I prefer Haku. We'll hold the safe tile for now, though, and Dora's going to be useless.
I think that's very reasonable. Oh, but
Refills the shape here. This is now Ishan 10. Would have to cut the 8 so it kills off both Sanshku and Dora acceptance. I might even get greedy with 8 pin here. Nope, we'll just play efficiently, cut the 8 so.
Well, I definitely like the idea of having that option, just in case you do get very lucky and get the value. Also,
Oh, we
interestingly,
see the 8-mon draw, and yeah, it breaks away from the Itsu, thinks either Sanshku or just the regular Pinfu type hand will be the best route.
And the fact that she's got 2 of those 2 pins is going to make this a lot slower.
Ooh, 5-mon, just playing raw efficiently. Really likes that 3-so Kanchan.
Oh no. I feel so bad for Dida May here. Cuts the 1 pin, gives up an Itsu, draws the 5 pin, which would have helped with that so much.
Yeah, would have gotten a very easy route. Okay, that was why the 4 is being held. And eventually now can cut the 2. Now it definitely looks like a Pinfu type hand.
Yeah.
Ew, 7-mon. You could even consider cheat toy. I like 1-mon. Yeah, this gives you Tanya routes. You haven't killed off your cheat toy. You have the 2 Doris. You look for any excuse to pull it anyway. Oh, and another 5. Not going to be of any use.
Yeah, not quite getting it.
Yeah, a whole bunch of misses. Ugh. You can cut the 8 so if you really want. Okay, just gives up on the Itsu here.
Yeah, I don't hate the 8 so cut just because we don't have any other pairs currently, although yeah.
Yeah, you lose the door acceptance, which is a big problem. And the RM in 7, 8, 9, 9 isn't terrible, but ooh, nice draw with a 3. Now I definitely want to go Todd now.
Exactly, yeah. We're going to be seeing this hand get opened as soon as they get an opportunity.
Efficient cut is definitely the 8 so here, but we'll cut away from the Penchon, the 1-2. 6. Oh, well, now you're feeling bad about that 2-mon in your discards. Well, I think you just have to slide this down with the 9-mon.
There's definitely a world where this hand ends up becoming Tanya, right? If you end up having to fold, you cut the south-south. There's a chance you end up getting 1 extra hand. I'm trying to find a plus side. Sometimes it's very hard to find a plus side, but...
Well, as it generally works, if you draw perfectly, then your hand can go many different routes, but they usually don't.
Yes.
Tatsu's a miss. Not going to do anything here. 3-so, another 3-so. So that what was a 2-4 Kanchan would be much worse. Well, I think you just have to take Ishunten. Perfect Ishunten for Riichi Dora 2. May not be Dora 2 if you end up taking the Ryanman 5-8 so wait, though.
Yes. Ideally, you want to have that problem solve itself and be Tempai before you...
And just going to call this down. It is Tempai waiting on the 6-9-mon for Tsunomi.
Yeah, when you're running out of time. And I guess everyone is going to be playing more aggressive today. 3 hand chance takes it, so...
Also, it's still late. So when you get to the end of the second row, you figure someone's about to reach you, like this.
Exactly, yeah. I do think 6-9-man is a better weight than 3-6 of Bamboo right now. Although, the 6 of Bamboo right there...
Yeah, this one is the one that might count. The question is, will you just push the 9? I think you just have to keep playing here. This is a non-dealer Riichi.
Yes.
Nope, gonna give it up. There's the 9. We'll deal in. And gets 1,000 from 2 players. No, that's dealer, so it's 15, so up to 25 with the Riichi stick.
Also, while just looking at chat, you need to watch Sono in Japan. It's 5 a.m. Oh, well, I'd appreciate your dedication. Welcome.
Well, we always have problems with Jenn, especially when she's in Japan, because everything's at terrible hours for her. Because, of course, this is something any international game community runs into. You can't simultaneously have a time that works with East Asia, North America, and Europe. It just cannot be done.
Yes, exactly. So with a hand like Matsushima's there, do you consider flush really early on? I see the 1-4 and I want to get rid of the 1. I see the 6-9, I get rid of the 6. But after that point, I guess we'll have to see what she draws. But
Well, yeah, it's very much a wait and see. I will hedge towards it, and maybe here is he giving away a 1 pin for Riichi, that type of decision. But okay, now I'm going. That 7 pin is just that's Honetsu. I'm not even considering anything now.
All in. Nice.
3 pin wants the Sanshku here. Can cut one of the pairs. Instead cuts a floating 6-0. Pay going to be useless. Formon, well, it feels Tanyao-ish, but everything's a mess. Would be Tanya Dora 1. There is a 2-mod Dora in there.
Still think, with the 2-man Dora, the 4-man is... At least it's got some value. Even if it does require drawing the 3. We'll see. We'll
9-pin pair up. I think I like either 4-mon to lock in the Dora potential or the 6-mon. And we'll go ahead and go with the 6. That will be cheat, and this is definitely an I just want my Tanya, get me out of here.
Yep. Tanya +1 with 1 Homba. It's not a terrible hand if you can get it quickly enough.
7 so goes back. Always feels bad when you cut the 6 for the 7. Oh, well, now it's an Anko with actually a really wide shape. So you can go 4-mon, you can go 4-so here. You can go 7-pin, but I really don't like it just because of how beautiful the 8-pin draw is.
Exactly, yeah. Like 4-7's perfectly fine. 8-pin's even better. Whenever you've got a triplet, you're Shanten. And it could be your pair, but it also could just be a triplet. It's so nice to have a nice wide shape like that.
Yes. And you already have a pair there. You could end up just drawing 1 mon and just reaching and waiting on the Dora. Speaking of Dora, 2 now on our left. 2 so. Well, you figure you're behind at this point, and you just have to keep playing it because you are Ishunten. Oh, that is a Tempai.
It is one of the Tempais of all time.
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
I have no problem with just immediately saying it's God. And here comes Dora, the Chi.
Waiting on the 3 of pins. We see 1 discarded already. And I think it's quite obvious at this point. If you're looking at the discards, you can see that this is a flush from Matsushima. She hasn't discarded a single pin tile. She hasn't discarded a single
there's
honor tile.
Tempai.
Oh.
I think you just have to throw the stick in. Don't have much of a choice here. Riichi +1, bad weight or not. There's a home bid in the middle, and now there's a reach stick in the middle waiting on the 3. Oh, well.
This is a 3-sided weight, and we could see the Patsu dealing right here. There it is.
There it is. Riichi Patsu Dora 1. No Ura, but nice little pickup there.
Don't blame him for going for that 3-sided weight.
Doesn't have to be the best way. Being there first is so powerful.
Exactly. And even if your weight is terrible, you only need 1 to win. If you're Tempai, you just need 1 draw. 1 tile out there.
So big pickup there for Kinoshita, sitting in first place now. Matsushima is going to be dealer here in East 2. Whole bunch of pin tiles. I don't know if there's enough for a flush, but the rest of the shapes look bad enough you might hedge it. You do have a Dora, though. So, okay, now that we see everything sorted, the 7-9 is not ideal, but with a Dora indicator, but it's acceptable. Oh, do we just go Kokoshi? That is I want to go Kokoshi. I'm not giving up on the Honetsu, but I want to go Kokoshi. Possible 4-6 Sanshku there. This is a 7, now a 3-5-7-9 shape. The one I'm going to get held for a little bit, kind of hedging the 1-2-3 Sanshku. Doesn't really do anything immediately, though. Okay, if that 5-mon came out, that is Kokoshi. You could have hedged the Honetsu suit in the Dora to go for it, but if you're cutting from that suit, which is also the best one in the hand, you're just going.
I do think it's interesting that the 1 came out after the 9 of Bamboo. Just in case people are thinking that maybe there is something around that 1-man. It could be arbitrary which one you pick first, but if there's logic to it, maybe the other players could be tweeting that maybe there's a shape around the 1-man. That 3-4-man shape.
Can definitely be in there. Well, 8-so isn't going to do much. This is actually hedging towards a Chanta now with the 1-2, the 1-3, and the 7-8-9.
Yeah, I do like Chanta. It's a way you can try and make the hand work while also being able to use that Dora. And what a huge draw!
Yeah, moves the hand forward again, but it's still just not that great. But it's good enough to shut down, say, a Kokoshi attempt. Another pair now. Ishunten for Chitoi. 3-pin now. Ishunten for Riichi Sanshoku.
Slightly
Keeps the
wider
7
shape,
here.
but
You'd
not-
really love to use that 9 mana as your pair.
Yes.
Dude,
Oh,
well, that's a
okay
draw.
then. So yeah, just
Gives up on the
cut
Chi-Toy
out.
completely. Also kills off Ipeco doing that. It is a wider shape with the most acceptance, but it does kill a lot of the value.
That's very true, yeah. But I guess you haven't seen any of the Dora so far. So maybe.
Well, the thing about these terminal Dora is oftentimes they are paired up because it's really hard to use them.
Exactly, yeah.
And yeah, just going to lock it in here. And when you see that late 7 after the long hesitation, I would read that as a Dora pair lock-in.
Makes sense.
I really wanted my shape, but if it's not there, it's not there. Oh, and the 8 would have been not really useful for this hand, but it would have been a slightly wider shape in the Manzu. Ooh, ew. Ew, throw it back. Icky.
Yeah, Yeah,
You can also go 8-pin, 8-pin, and hedge towards Itsu. Instead, we'll cut the 5 and kind of hedge everything at once, but it means you're going to be on a really ugly shampoo no matter what you do.
Yes.
3, well, that would have been your Chi-Toy if you'd cut the 4 so before. Instead, we'll move this towards a Riichi Ipeco Chun.
Exactly.
2 on pair. The chance is not getting there.
No. The problem is that these 3 of characters getting locked away.
2 so close needs a 3 so.
In fact, there are no 3 of characters left.
Okay, gets the 5-pin, does not take the Tempai. Oh, another 4. Do we dream of Suanko by cutting 4 so? Even 5
That would be an interesting hedge, right? If nothing else, you can go for Toy.
No.
But no. Okay. I respect it.
7-pin. Okay, this moves you towards Ipeco because you got the 5 and then the 8.
Yeah, big fan of that.
The 3, so you can cut one of the pairs here. And we'll do so with the 6.
Makes sense. We do see some 6s already discarded, so it's unlikely to get drawn to be a triplet.
1 pin, there's Tempai, Riichi. Might even dominate this, but does Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 2, possible Ipeco. 6, 9-pin. 9-pin is the Ipeco.
Yeah, we do see 2 discarded already. But, as I was saying earlier, you need 1. Oh, sorry, we see 3 discarded already. My apologies.
Yeah, it looks like the 9 is dead here. And that's probably why the Riichi came out, is you don't have a chance to get the Mongon on the Dama, you might as well go ahead and throw it in.
Yeah, that makes sense. And
oh, well, speak of, but I feel that comes out if you get Tempai and no other way.
Yeah, exactly.
With the Sanjku, that's probably enough to chase.
Especially considering it's May in 2nd place. I don't see her taking a big risk unless she's got something really worth gambling on.
Well, there it is, just as we called. Riichi Pinfu, Dora 2, no Aura, but that is a Mongon, and there's a dealer Mongon, so big win there for Matsushima.
Yeah, absolutely. Always worth pushing if you've got Dora. Especially when it's Dora 2. This competition is not live. It was recorded. It was performed, I believe, on Wednesday. But we are piggybacking off the lovely Japanese broadcast and bringing it to you in English.
Yes, we have not seen the game. We don't know the results. We are reacting as live as you are.
Exactly so. Oh my! What is this? 2 dragon pairs.
Well, I see a Chun pair, a Hatsu pair, but not the Haku pair. So
no,
your eyes might have deceived you for a second there, but it is pretty. It's just not the ooh.
This is something Nathaniel calls a very.
All right, let's see. The 3-mon pair moves the hand a little bit forward. Doesn't do much immediately. 4-pin extends that Pintu shape 3, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 7, 9. We're going to see our call of the Chun. I think the plan here is ultimately Dora Tonki.
Yeah.
Chun, Hatsu, Dora 2 being a very nice hand.
Yeah, even if you don't get the big 3 dragons or even little 3 dragons, having just 2 Yakuhai pet triplets crawled is worth it, in my opinion. for sure.
Yeah, it's very helpful. 7 completes the run there. 9's going to be a miss. 4
My
on, well,
question is
it
where
completes one of the Kanchan. This is Ishan 10. If you take it, we'll take it. West isn't going to do anything. Gets thrown back. The 4 so connects with the 1-3-6. So double Kanchan. Could ultimately just cut the 1-6 later. The 8 is pretty useless, especially having already cut the 9. You see the hesitation. Really? That's the tile I drew?
Yeah, there's definitely a world where this is a very interesting upgrade there. But there's definitely a world where like maybe you consider could I also have made this a Sozu Flash? Maybe. But you don't ever keep the 9 of bamboo there.
No. Well, that's one of my least favorite shapes, the classic 2-5-8.
Yep. We love overlap here. Maximum overlap. Oh, we see another 9 of bamboo.
Now, this 8 might get held for a Sanshku. The problem is the 6 was cut earlier, so not that useful, and the result ends up giving up on the 8. And yeah, there goes the 8. There's the 2, and the 5 likely to come fairly soon. 2-mon, well, that upgrades to Ryanman in the Manzu. Well, as we mentioned, might end up cutting that 1-6. That looks to be the plan. 2-so, nice shape in Sozu. Could even go Honetsu now. Would be interesting to be Sozu Honetsu with a 9-9-8 in your pond.
Yes,
But there's our
definitely
Riichi.
interesting to see. But with that reach, it's going to be hard to just by pushing some of the middle Manzu tiles there.
Yeah, and I believe that was... Yeah, that was South player, so this is not Pinfu. This is a Riichi Nomi.
Still there. Oh, well, we can see, but we see a lot of the 5s here. So 5-8 pin, maybe not the greatest way. As far as she knows, it's perfect, but got to keep a little lookout. All 4 of the 5s are accounted for.
Well, certainly now, and there it goes. Well, there's the Sozu, not the Pinzu. Waiting on that 5-8 pin.
Oh, there's one of the 8s. So only 3 tiles remain for this Riichi.
Another 2-so. 5's already come out, so 2 Suji. Four can extend the either shape here. The problem is this 7 pin just doesn't fit.
I think the bigger problem
You
is that
don't really want to cut the
north, right?
Dora.
Yeah, it's live and it's Dora.
Well, the plan here is ultimately Dorataki, so you're never really considering that.
That's fair. That's fair.
There's the Haku. That definitely looks like it. I'm probably giving up.
Yeah.
If the draws push me back to getting in, then great, but I'm probably giving up.
There is still a whole south round. There is plenty of time
Come
to
on,
fight.
that is Tempai waiting on 4-7 pin. Thinks about it. I mean, this is definitely, I'm throwing it. Do I Dama or Riichi? We'll Dama here on the 4-7.
Yes.
And that long pause tells me this is a Genbutsu wait.
Yeah.
If I'm at this table, I'm thinking, okay, I know that the hand is probably cheap and it's probably on a Genbutsu. Because if it were expensive, you wouldn't delay like that. You just immediately Dama.
That's fair, yeah. And right on the money too, because the 7 of pins was played. It is safe to the reach.
Seven so still on that 5-8.
There's
Speaking
the 8.
of 5-8,
There's only 2 left now.
and I think you're just out.
Fukushima.
Yeah, you don't fight this.
No. There are times to fight, like when you got a nice 3-sided way. Oh, another one of the 8s.
Can take the Shampon, but could also take the Peiko, which would deal out on the 5 pin. Could
I
also
guess
just
the
go
other option is
2-2
to cut the
here.
2-mon, right? Just swap one pair for another.
No, you lose
Actually, no, you can't.
Tempai that way.
That's
the concern. But there's a long way. If you're not pushing that, you need to go 2-2. There goes the 8.
It will deal in. Although, as you say,
Each
it's a little
Dora
bit more
1. So yeah, no Pinfu again. So it is 2 Han here, 26 plus the home, but 29 and the stick back.
pretty low scoring game so far, but it's always going to be like this when the pressure's on and you only have a short amount of time. You just want to sneak ahead just a little bit first before you try and build on that lead.
Well, in a 3-game series like this, you're just hoping you don't die in the first game.
That's true.
If you can pull out ahead, great, but you just want to give yourself a fighting chance regardless. Oh, well, that's a great starting hand.
Yeah. I'm used to playing
Double
2-game
East and
series,
Adora.
and oftentimes in a 2-game series, if you lose game 1, you can still get top 2 in the second game if you can win game 2. But I do wonder how the third game's going to change strategy. I'm really curious to see later on today when you guys are talking about games 2 and 3 for some of these players to see how the tactics change. It's always fun to.
Yeah, it's definitely something you're thinking about. Again, it's just game 1, but at the same time, you just don't want to kill your chance to game 2 and 3.
Yeah. You don't need to be first, but you need to be top 2, and the best way to be top 2 is to ideally be top 3 in game 1 at least.
Yeah,
yes.
top 2 that is after 3 games combined. So even a third here, even a reasonably bad third, isn't catastrophic, but you just don't want to take a big fourth. And that 1-mon connects to the 1-3-5-6. Of course, there's a West being held now. I imagine it'll get called by the West player who had a pair. When it does come out, the H will be kept as a floater. Oh, well, there's the West. We'll hold it as well. Everyone thinks it's a safe tile.
For now, yeah.
2-mon extends the Ryunman with a 2-3-5-5.
The first West was played and was ignored.
Was not called. Wants more value out of this.
I think the second one might be called there. We'll see.
Not called. Wait, did I misread this? Was that not West player? Was May not the one with it?
Covering those 2 Wests right now.
Yes, let's see here. Definitely just wants the 1-2-3 Sanshiku and doesn't care. Is using the West as a pair. I am definitely an advocate of call things, figure out later.
Yeah, I think with the hand like Sanshiku, though, obviously you want to try and get it closed because it's worth 1 extra hand.
Yeah, you definitely love it, but that's a hand where you need to draw 3 specific tiles to get it there. And they have more faith in their draws than I do.
Yeah, that's fair. And you've already given up on it because the 5-6 is much better than the 1-3.
Okay, extends the emoji to 2-3-3-5-5 now, and then we're going to see a call. This is not Tempai, it is Kutsuki or double loose floater. And there's the 2, so yeah, abandons it altogether. I think the plan now is just use those West as safe tiles.
Yeah, unfortunately, after cutting the 1, of course, the game's going to reward you by drawing the 2. That's just how Mahjong works.
Speaking of how Mahjong works, cut the 7-pin, draw the 8-pin next turn.
Of course, yes.
South being held as a safe tile here. 2-mon, waiting on 3-mon now. This will be Tempai. Another pair. I think the hand can use it. You could go 1-mon here. You could go 1-so here. You just cut the loose 6. I like the 1-mon. I really think this is a Chicho hand. It feels much more Ipeco.
Keeps options open, absolutely.
6-so great fill there on the Kanchun. Haku's a miss. Just going to throw it back.
So I'd like to report that there are currently no 3 of characters left to draw. So this Tempai is currently not going to win. Unless some upgrades are drawn. They're all held.
This is Ishan 10 still. Does not like the 6. Does potentially set up a Suji trap later on the 3. But Suji on 3 and 7, not very reliable. This is why. Because oftentimes these hands develop into pensions. 6. Well, that's just Tempai. Do you slam it? It's Riichi +1. Doesn't take it.
Sends it back. Because it's safe for this turn.
Let's see. Wait, no. 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6. No, that is not Tempai.
Okay.
And there's the West. We knew it was happening at some point.
Yeah, I think people are currently chasing ghosts, but the undeniable thing is 1 player is Tempai. It's just... It's not a good one, unfortunately.
7. That's an Ishan 10. You could abandon the Chutoy altogether. I would always cut 6-0 here. Could also go 3-mon if you want more opponent options. But let me see the 6. Oh, do you take the Shampon 6-4 switch and does not stay on the 3?
Unfortunate. In that, it's the wrong choice this time around.
That 4. Oof.
Yeah.
At this point, you're thinking you just want to call down for Tempai payments because you're not expected to win this unless you draw the 7 yourself. So trying to decide which route, how much do we give up on this hand?
Yeah, a lot of players have been playing very defensively, so I have to assume they're folding. So a lot of players have done a lot of Sumigari discarding tile they've drawn as well. So the 4-pin was played a few turns ago, and because I don't think anyone's actually really upgraded their hands so far. We see open Khan to try and grab a 3-pin, 3-1 that's not there.
Oh, well, the 90 is not Dora. 3-pin now, the second Dora. And, oh, no, the backfire!
Oh, well...
you just
kind of
have
have to
cut
attack
the...
now, right?
Yeah, you can go 6-8, or you can just cut the 4-so.
Yeah. 6-8 looks to be the choice.
Goes with the Dora first, says it's getting out now, came out a couple turns ago.
There might be one of these situations where actually just see.
Oh, well, that's just Tempai. This is an easy slam.
Yeah. Oh, no, the 3-1
real deal in! There it is. With that con, there's extra foo here. So that's going to be what? 7,700?
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that hand managed to make it. But then you've always got to just try, I suppose. Even if there are no tiles left to draw, another player can decide now is the time and go for it. Oh, yikes. Matsushima losing first place and now being in range of even fourth potentially.
Yeah, and Kinoshita, their big win up now over 13,000 over second place with that direct hit.
Interesting.
This is a hand that wants to be Chanta, but it's probably not.
Yeah. And we're not going to commit to it too early.
Right.
Perfectly okay to cut on the tiles first.
That's a Pinfu hand. Needs a couple of Penchun fills. 7-pin will just be held for a float or possible 6-7 Sanshu. There's the South Pole.
Absolutely makes sense in her situation.
2 extends the Monty shape. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. 9-mon pair up. That is not Ishan 10. 8-so pair up. Could even go Toy with this.
I guess my question to you is, if we see Matsushima play the Red Dragon, it would give you Tempai, but probably would cut a lot of value in your hand. But at the same time, you don't want to be waiting on I guess you can wait on a once-cut dragon. That'd be okay.
Oh, well, how much do we live in Sanshoku? A lot.
Well, you know what? I like this. As a certified Sanshoku enjoyer, I'm a big fan.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't even consider going for the cheaper hand there. This is Toy or bust. Could have taken the Ishan 10 for the Hakunomi. Cut the 6 last turn, of course, rewarded with another 6. Normally, you cut away with the 9 there, so definitely a bit of a punish. Oh, there's your 5 for up. Now back to Toy land. And there's the Haku. That's going to get called. Now Ishan 10.
Choosing still to avoid playing the Red Dragon. Makes sense. It's more useful to the other players.
One-so completes the shape. Now Ishan 10 for Riichi Dora 1. Yeah, the reason the 9 didn't come out earlier, of course, is because it's Dora.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if the tune comes out. You really like this 5 because when you open... Oh, wow.
Going for the flush instead. I see.
That is greed.
At the same time, though, I kind of love it. Given the... I guess the lack of time available to these players. We'll see.
Well, this is actually could be a Pinfu. Well, it's not Pinfu because you have the 1-so Anko.
Yeah.
So I might just throw it back. If you had Pinfu, I'd cut Chun, but it's just not there.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Now it's just Honetsu.
One away?
A 4-so or 8-so and a 6-so. Ugh. You just go 6-8.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess the one good thing, though, is because you've cut 6-pin twice, maybe if you do hit Tempai, surely a player wouldn't cut 6-pin twice and then choose to wait on the 8-9 shape.
Yeah,
right?
backfires are not something that happens in Mahjong like every single time you try something, right?
I mean,
Well, that
fair.
6 is the amazing chi. The question is which one's going to be taken. Calls the 4-5 to cut the 7.
So
And
two
this should
players all of a
definitely
sudden tempai.
scream Tempai.
Yeah, when you made 3 calls, you have to assume it, right? Especially at this level.
Yes, and also that the Kanchan wasn't taken.
Yes.
That in the Kanchan chi. So that definitely suggests it was a bit of a bait and switch. I think it's a lower Sozu like this one. And that's what, 1,000, 2,000? I believe that's the North player, so not going to get the extra Yakuhai from the South, but definitely a nice win there.
Even so.
As Matsushima gets back some of the points, though not all of them from previous hand.
There have been 2 stars this game. I'm wondering what Sono and May are going to be doing, but they seem to... They've been playing well. They've not made like any huge mistakes, but they've not been able to win hands.
Well, you have to get hands first.
That's true.
It seems to be a problem. Again, something I've been known to have problems with as well. I imagine you have as well.
Yes. We're all familiar with that time when we look at our 13 tiles and just be like, what are these?
It's not even good enough to go Kokushi. Yeah, that
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah. I have to work with this. I do like to say there are no bad hands, just some require more than work than others, but sometimes you don't have time to get that work done, you know? If the other players are just on it.
Well, sometimes the problem is the hands go on strike, so...
Yes.
All right, we have some pairs here. Maybe Pinfu hand. This 5 will connect with a 2-3-5. Maybe a Tanya Pinfu eventually. 4-pin is Dora. 9-pin pair up. Going to hold it for now. Just play efficiency. I don't see much value there. The 2-mon doesn't do much. It can continue cutting those wins. 6 connects with the 7 nice, so you can move this down. You have that 9-mon pair to get rid of, but it feels like it can go Tanya eventually. Six-pin, nice pull here, but again, just not any value.
Yeah, I could see Kinoshita going for maybe Tanya or something like that.
Yeah,
I know that there's a pair of
9-pin
but...
pair. It's so slow. Everything's slow. Okay, that's definitely an I don't want this if it doesn't have Tanya.
Yeah. I'm not saying I like that plan.
Oh, 5-0 pair up. Now it's definitely, you move towards Tanya.
Yeah.
Your next draw is going to be 1-0, and you're just staring at, really?
Yeah, I'm not saying I like that plan. I'm just saying it's what I would be thinking about in that situation if I were her.
9, pretty useless. Going to get tossed back. 2, another pair. You could even go Chitoy. That would be kind of a value route, but instead says, no, it's Tanya.
Speaking of pairs,
5-pin. Well, this is one where I start dreaming of Sananko. I like
I think that's
here.
We don't
completely. Yeah, we don't abandon the Honitsu. We don't abandon the Anko potential. So I like the 2 there a lot.
Yeah.
Speaking of pairs,
okay,
this one will be taken though
as time goes on, but not getting any close to Tenpai.
Going for the Chitoy Tanyao, the only approved Chitoy.
Nah, Chitoy Dora 2. Come on. Chitoy Dora 2 is fine. 9 times out of 10 when you do that, it's because
I am not a fan of Chitoy. Oh, 5 so. That makes the hand a little bit better, but may end up cheapening it. We see the 9. 9 is passed.
Yeah, I love Chitoy about as much as I love Itsu. It's just they're not real, but they're nice. They're a nice fairy tale, you know. They're a nice thing to believe in.
Yeah, and the more I look at it, the 9 so was passed, so not completely sure what the hand plan here is. Oh, 3 so nice pull here.
Potential 2-3-4 Sanshoku on the...
That is the last 9, so will it be called? No. Pairs up. Well, what choice do you want to do now? This is Chitoy Ishanten, but what, Ryan Shanten from Suanko?
Yeah. I mean, Suanko isn't real, right? But imagine if in the finals, on the televised table, you're able to grab something like that.
You'll definitely remember it if you can pull it off, but it's so late. Well,
okay.
Not just Ipeiko. I go 9 so 9 so. Ipeiko Tanyao.
That seems very good. Yeah, exactly.
8 mon. This is now Ishanten. You got the 6 mon or the 2-pin. Goes with the 6.
Does give one the Sanshoku, but I think that's okay when the 4-pin is Dora. Having a pair of them is fine, I think.
3 pins a miss, but I think you just throw it back because you really like holding this 9 so. No, instead goes and holds it anyway.
Maximize the acceptance.
Oh, the 6. That's what you really wanted, though.
Yeah.
1 off on the wall. Switch the safe tile here to the east. South's a miss. Could throw it back. Could go 2-so or 5-so. I'd throw it back. I don't want to give up on this.
Fine. But
This
yeah,
may be
2-so does
just
go.
because Kinoshita is in first and doesn't want to deal with it. Oh, well, there's another 5. It's now Chito Ishan as well. I would always cut 3-pin. I wouldn't even consider anything else.
Yeah, I
Really
think that's
wants
very
the
useful.
3 here for the door acceptance, and that's why it's being held. The problem is if you get it, it's still not Tenpai. And
Yeah.
speaking of Tenpai, we have one here. Tanyao Dora 2, 5, 8-pin.
So a bit of counting. I see a lot of the 8 pins discarded, 2 5-pins in Matsushima's hand, of course.
Can extend the Ishanten cutting south here. It's now perfect Ishanten, but with an overlap in Sozu.
By my count, I think there's only one 8-pin remaining.
Oh, there's another door. You just got the 7 here. And
Yeah.
changes to a 5-6 weight for Tanya Dora 3. Oh, that's such a bad tile. Yeah, it doesn't want to throw that one. I don't hate this decision. 5-so feels like the normal cut here, or it can be a little more defensive with 2-so. We'll go with the 2-so.
Yeah, we are getting to the end of the hand.
Oh, no, another 5.
Oh.
8
Yes,
so
I think
is a
it's
miss.
2 tiles for May right now. Both of them are 6
Oh,
pins.
there goes the 7. It is cleared now, though, because the weight was swapped to that 5-6 from the 4-7. Got to slide around here with the 5.
Oh, I saw a 6. Got excited. Wrong 6.
Yeah, it is the wrong 6. West is definitely not it. 1 pin. Well, you're not worried about the Tanya throwing the 1 pin.
Yeah.
Or the 9 pin for that matter. There it is.
We can draw it.
Sumo. Tanya Dora 3. Definitely the easiest way. Just Sumo.
Mahjong is such an easy game if you can just draw the tiles you need, right?
Exactly. And May needed that badly.
Yeah, absolutely. Puts May right back in the game. If nothing else, then for us,
Big gap still, but you're out of 4th and into at least a reasonable 3rd now. But
Yeah,
you
with this
really
rule
need to
set-
cash in this hand because you're South 1 dealer.
Yeah, with this rule set, I think the gaps do get bigger. So the gap between 3rd and 4th is not actually that big compared to other formats. The gap between 2nd and 1st is the biggest one, of course. We can see that on the trackers here.
Yeah.
But just having that one position is still very, very nice, right?
Yes, this isn't the WRC 515 UMA. It's 10-20 with 5 Oka. So it ends up factoring into effectively 35, 5, minus 15, minus 25.
Exactly, yes. But even just 10 points is huge.
Oh, yeah, 10,000 points. Gimme.
Yeah.
And I like the 1-mon here. This is definitely a Hornet 2 shift. 2-pin pairs up. Could go Chitoi, could go Tiny. Do that 1-3, though. 2-mon. Well, you could even think about Itsu and Sanshoku.
Yeah.
Kind of hedging both. 2-3
Either way, you're cutting a 6-9 shape, right?
Yeah, it's not like it's going to be of any help anyway. Yeah, get rid of the 9. Pay. Okay, yeah, that is cutting 4-so there is 100%. It's Hornet 2.
I respect it, honestly.
Cut the 7 here. Doesn't like the Ryoncon 3-5-7. 6-so pair up. I mean, you just cut the 9. I don't think Itsu's here anymore. Yeah. You want to get really greedy and cut like 1-so? Okay, that's going to be the play.
Yeah, 1-so's greedy? I mean, I guess 8-pin is maybe. They're the kind of things that I do, and I always question whether I'm actually making the right decision.
Well, that 8 fills a shape, but it doesn't do much. This plan seems to be just hope to get Tenpai on Dora and Riichi. Well, this is the problem. You connect to the 8 and you go, wait, that was an improvement, question mark?
Yeah. I was planning on getting rid of this. Oh, no, now I'm stuck with it. Oh,
Speaking
no.
of backfires, 2-4-4-3 in the pond now.
Nobody needs low Sozu. Actually, that's not true.
Well, there goes the Sanshoku. Maybe some sort of 4-5-6 later, but it's going to require some shifting. 5 extends the 6-7-8 shape. And just hasn't drawn Manzu. That's always the problem with a flush. If you don't draw anything, the hand just gets worse and worse, and you keep throwing dangerous tiles.
Yes. Yeah, usually when I'm trying to go for a flush, I always try and have a backup plan. Some kind of, what if things go wrong? Because things are probably going to go wrong. How do I get out of this safe? And occasionally things go very, very right, and it's amazing. But
yes, but
Mahjong's one of those
note
games where
occasionally, right?
you need a safety net, right?
7.
Oh,
Oh,
what a
well, now
huge
it's
draw.
Ishan 10. This is headless. Of course, basically any middle Sozu draws Tempai.
Yeah, basically any Manzu. I don't mind when hand doesn't have a head when you've got that many tiles that just get you there.
2-pin Onko. This is not Ishan 10. When I got the 7-so or Chun, I would always go Chun here.
Yeah.
There goes the Chun.
Yeah,
6.
there's
That
always a
is one of the
classical 6.
Tempai. You can reach you the 7 here. Riichi Pinfu Tanyao Dora 2 5-pin.
The classic hand, it's simple but honest work.
5 completes the shape in Manju there.
And now, this half flush, as you were saying, we see the reach come out.
The good news is we have plenty of safety, so we don't have to fight this.
True. And it is Matsushima, who is currently in second place in this game, so she doesn't need to try and make something happen. Even if she
7
should,
so
still.
the Patsu tile, not it. And of course, not Cheed, so definitely not fighting this either. Pay Anka. Well, now you're tempted to get back, but you already got the 9 mon, so it's going to be unlikely. I
There's
guess the
definitely a
plan
world
there with
where-
cutting the Chun is calling it down for me Itsunomi.
Yeah.
But the plan is don't get it. But hey, if things work great, then maybe we get the big hit. Haku gonna get thrown back. Of course, it's not that dangerous. Oh, and there's your Chun backfire.
Yeah. I mean, well, she'd already decided to fall at that point, so just have to.
4 close, but that's not it. Needs the 2-5 still.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and the tile revealed in the wall. You see immediately the raise the hand, say sorry, everyone.
Yeah, I think knocking one tile over is usually just seen as a vigorous mistake in this, right? I think it's if you knock quite a few, that actually is considered disruptive.
Yes.
So it's okay.
Even with pros, they will occasionally do things like that.
Yeah, especially on a table like this with as much pressure that's going on.
Yeah, no pressure, right under the cameras.
Yeah.
Definitely nothing you have to worry about. 4, there's our Tempai. Riichi 1 does get back in and say 7-mon Penchon.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Or could have fought this, but didn't want to cut the pay. 3 again, close, but that's not it. Still the 2-5. This is a chase by dealer.
Yeah, the problem with the 2-5 way is obviously we see 7 of them, I think, already discarded.
Sumo reach.
And the
Sumo
7 does win.
1.
Do we flip Ura?
Yeah, it looks like an Ura. That's a 6. So reach Sumo. Dora Ura. Main now going to jump right up there. Not in first place yet, but really close.
And as I say, we're only top 2 advance, so you don't need to necessarily win, but getting that plus 35, getting that Oka, that sort of ante at the start of a game, is very important.
Yes, and we see here, not, as I said, close, 500 points. I'd count that as close. Of course,
Yeah,
remember, it's
close.
not first or second in this game. It's first or second in the series, which is 3 games.
Yes. Yeah, we're already seeing these
huge bonus. You can see here, just right here, they're 500 points. Look at the yellow numbers.
Yes.
30-point difference.
It does make for very exciting matches, because obviously you want to go for first.
Yeah, you have to
bonus.
It's been a format that's been around for a while. Most people are more familiar with it because M League does the same thing with that Oka.
Yep. But yes, it's really fun to watch, especially when it's kind of fun to play because you sometimes feel pressured to make an attack. But
it's fun when things are going well. It's not fun when things are not.
Yes, when you manage to reverse a bad situation to a really, really good one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I do see what you mean. And it is. Some people complain that it's too high variance, but as long as the league is long enough, it doesn't really matter too much. In my opinion.
Ooh, 7-pin now. Ishan 10 for possible Riichi Dora. Tuso not going to do anything immediately. Might hold for the 2-3-4 Sanjagu. I would definitely cut the 9-pin there, but still holding it. Ooh, 5-pin. So this could end up being Chanta, closed Chanta. Oh, there's an Anko of the East. Not
speaking of-
East round anymore, though, so not nearly as useful as it would have been last hand.
Either way, though, I'm not going to complain about having a triplet closed.
Two-mon pair up, definitely looking towards Tanya. That's a beautiful hand.
And yes, we were talking about Chanta, but it's also potentially
Chanta
Sanchoku as
Sanchoku.
well. One of those hands that's not worth enough if you open. Two-hand
Yeah,
for Chanta Sanchoku? Ugh, gross.
I will take that right around maybe turn 11 or 12 when I know I'm behind, but not before that.
Fair.
Ishunten for possible Riichi Pinfu Tanya Ipeiko Dora 2. 6 fills
Okay.
that shape. This is Tempai, but will not take it.
Yeah, plenty of
Gonna
upgrades.
get
It's
thrown
still
back.
the end of row 1, right? So there's still time to try and...
Yes, there is
draw in
time.
the way.
6. Well, which shape do you want? You have 3. Oh, that's 3 4-pin. I misread that. So, yeah, I'm actually cut a pair. And
just cut a
does
pair.
gets the 2.
Much wider
Definitely
Ishanta
gonna
this
get
time.
thrown back. Oh, it feels bad when you could cut the 8, draw the 7 for Ipeiko.
Yeah,
But
but
the hand
I
at this
guess...
point is just Ishunten for the Riichi Sanchoku. Well, that's a draw. I'd cut 1 so.
Yeah, I
6
like
so
that.
is the most efficient cut. And I think that's the decision. And yeah, you see just bouncing between the 1 and the 6. Do I really have to?
Yeah, the slightly less efficient, but as you say, just adding that extra one hand from possible Tanya. I guess you can always draw the 1 man there, but in an ideal world, you draw the 4.
Oh, there's the
so they can.
upgrade. Riichi Nomi waiting on 4-7.
Good wait
Kinoshita
early.
says, I want
although
to shut down the first place dealer Riichi. Oh, and there's
you're
going to be a
seeing
chase.
each.
This is Riichi door 1, possible Tanyao on the 4.
Wait,
But I don't think you're going to get the 4. There goes the 2, though.
3 players now Tempai, all in 1 turn. I will say, 4-7 man looks pretty depleted, right? Two of these Tempais both use the 4s and the 7s. So
Yeah, 4 is actually dead right now.
I think I see 3 of the 7s. I think I see all 4 of the 7s, in fact. 3 discarded,
Yeah,
1
there's a discard. So I think it's a
Matsushima
dead weight unless there's a shift. Apin, yeah, you're just shoving this. Tanya Dora.
So it's a
Oh,
scary...
8 doesn't feel good.
No, not at all.
You
It
see
is
a couple of the 7s. It is a Suju the Riichi tile. I'd throw it in.
Yeah, it's been discarded once
I
already.
see enough 9s to where I figure I don't think it's a 5-7-9 shape. I pushed.
Yeah. Like, it's been discarded enough times. We also kind of see quite a lot of the 8s discarded, so it rules out being a pairweight as well. Yeah, I think I'd be okay pushing it if I had a good enough hand. The question is that hand good enough? Sure.
Well, the 5's already cleared. She might just Sumagiri this. Throw it right back. Okay, Karagiri instead.
Okay.
Seven so's a miss. South is a miss. Well, you knew it's clear now.
Yeah.
Six Mon in the danger zone, but that's not it. 6 so clears. And a 9 could turn us into an Ipeiko with that 7, but we know the 7 is dead. There's the deal in.
I was just counting.
Riichi, Tanyao, Dora, Ura, Mungan.
A very important error flip there.
You just see the look of the faces of the players. 1 smile and 3 depressed frowns.
Does put Sono back in the game, though. I was saying she wasn't getting her hands. And finally, in South 2...
Got the expensive end and the Ura there, getting it up to Mongon. Still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, boosting the hand to Mongon is very, very important for her in the situation.
Matsushima now dealer here in South 2. May in
not
front, but not by a ton here. 32-5 first in South 2 is not safe. Again, especially under these rules.
Yes.
A pin will extend the 7, 8, 8, 9. 7 Mon connects to the 6. Nice little pull there. It does have an East Dora. Similarly, an East Dora here, but an East Dora floater, when you're not East, always feels really awkward in the South round. With the North round, with the East round in that situation, like, okay, someone probably has it. I need to either get rid of it now or sit until the end of the hand. It's always hard to play at South round.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that in the East round you have time, right? You can just if you need to scrap an entire hand because you just haven't got the tiles, you can do that. In the South round, you don't really There's a lot more pressure, I think, sometimes. It's harder to fold in the South round, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's just a mental thing on my own issues, but I don't know.
I always play South round more like I would an East only game, and it just
Okay.
call a lot. Well, there's we see a Shaw Anko. The 4 here gives possibility through our Sanshoku route. Still requires a few more draws. Two-so pair up, actually decent. But this one I'd consider throwing the East, but just does so many floaters. We'll get to the 8-so for now. 5-pin pair up could end up going Chitoy or Toy Toy with this. I feel you definitely sell out on it if you just had an East here, planned to door a Tonki or pair it up and go Chitoy, but it's not there.
Yeah. So this is I don't think I'd call for it, but if I drew one more triplet, I might consider it, especially if it's later in the hand. Either way, do you see Dora just get cut?
And I would imagine gets followed, and
so now players don't have to worry about Dora necessarily affecting the value of their hands. They've just got to make the value themselves.
Yeah, there are 2 left. Someone could pair it up very late, but you generally figure no one has it at this point. 3 pair up. That is still Ryan Shanten, now 2 pairs. Hatu getting thrown back. The plan here is obviously Tanya. What's questions whether you can get maybe a 5, 6, 7 Sanchiku or an Ipeiko. 4-pin pair. Was that a 1-pin and 4-pin pair? I hate that shape.
It was, and yeah, I relate. Unfortunately, not much you can do about it.
Now, speaking of 1s and 3s in Pinzu, we have the other 3 of the 4 of those in this hand, and long pause. 4-so feels like the most efficient cut, but it really cheapens the hand. So just gonna throw it back.
You want it to be Sanshoku, but 1, 2, 3 won't work. 2, 3, 4 won't work.
Yeah, it's not kind of there. You're gonna have to shift out and eventually cut the 1-so pair. Maybe shift away from the 9-pin, at least make Tanya out of it. But it's just so rough.
Yeah.
3-so's a pretty useless tile here. So yeah, there it goes. You don't generally want to be sitting on floaters around turn 8 unless you're Ishunten.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you just figure someone is going to reach you inevitably. And we look at these hands and they're, well, not really. As I say that, and someone draws an Ishunten, but an Ishunten Chitoy on a middle tile, so it might not even throw the stick in at that point.
It does look like we're seeing
extends it. Now we have an Ishunten.
Shift for Sono.
6. Well,
interesting.
Whoa. I would go 8-mon.
Okay.
You could go 3 as well if you really want to head for Stananko. I don't mind that. Because you see a 3 there on the left. No, goes to the 5.
Greedy, but I can respect it, I guess. Although Matsushima doesn't necessarily need huge amounts of value.
16 pairs up. I'm going to get thrown back. The 9 useless. 8. Oh no! Well, the 3 would have been an amazing hand here, but
just for the Akamon, it's fine.
Yeah, just ask go for the Akamon. Well, you get the 4-7, you might take the Ipeiko. Ishunten now.
Yeah, I must say I don't like that one for pair. Oh, it's awkward. Okay.
And now everyone sees the 5, 6, 7 and says that is someone who backfired.
Yep. But imagine.
Just gets their tempai, says, I just want out of this hand. Give me a 5, 8, and we can just not worry about this, please.
Well, we do see where 3 of the 8s are.
2, 3. I think you just have to throw it back.
Yeah.
And I would still throw the 2 because you. Okay, so if you draw the 4, you're definitely planning to take the Ipeiko then. The 5 come. I would call this Toy Toy, and yeah, that is Toy Toy. Remember, it is Sananko on Sumo. It's something a lot of players forget, is they make a call and then they forget about the Sananko because they were so focused on the Suanko.
Yeah, it's only 2 hand, but it's definitely. I say only. It's actually very important sometimes. Oh, no, not quite.
There's your Dora, but we figure it's clear, and it is. 1 is not it. Still waiting on that 5, 8. 2-pin. Well, it says they shape a little bit, but that's a fold.
Yeah, I think that's
that is. I'm out of here. There goes the 2-pin.
One interesting thing, I suppose we could. So obviously, if you know it's Toy Toy, you know it's Toy Toy. But I was going to say the 3 and the 9 were both played by our dealer Matsushima.
Yeah, and that is a dealer Toy Toy Nomi with a bunch of foos. That's 39. So not even that cheap a hand to deal into.
Definitely bumps her just a little bit closer to Team All Sirius and May. Not quite first yet, but you just keep those dealer wins coming. It'll definitely work out.
No, you don't even necessarily have to do that. You will need to win a hand at some point, but 30,000 is a hand I'm not score. I'm not even that concerned if I go to South 4 with.
Yeah,
But
no,
you
I
definitely
wouldn't
like to cash it in on the dealer turn. And ooh, this hand, it looks better and better every time I look at it. Well,
Yeah,
1, 2, 3 Sanshoku is tempting. The question if you get a 6 Onko, I think you may just have to take the Riichi Nomi, which would be depressing. That one so definitely was it towards Honitsu. This hand's a bit of a mess. Maybe Chitoi. Ew.
Ooh, well.
Ew. All my dreams dead. I want to cut 6 mon.
Yeah, I
Just
can
take
definitely
my
understand.
Ryoncon. It gives us Itsu routes as well. And yeah, just take a long time. I do not blame her on this one. This is a log decision. It cuts the penchant as we're going for the Manzu here.
At the end of the day, if we're ignoring the Sanshoki, you've still got the more upgrades with a 2-4 than a 1-2. But
yeah, and that's something we've seen a lot at this table has been players looking. Well, that's Tempai. I don't think you're getting a better shape. So yeah, if you're cutting the 1-so last turn, you need to take this Riichi.
Yeah, that's it. So 3 mon will do it. There's a 3 mon loose here, but we're not going to see it get played straight away, obviously.
It is also a dealer Riichi with a repeat, so everyone should be at least a little concerned. But as is normal, early Riichi's usually bad shapes because you haven't had time to refine the hand into something you'd want. It's just the tiles gave you this.
Yeah, exactly.
There's another one of those
2 of them,
threes fold.
so 2 remain.
East isn't going to do anything. I feel this is going to be one where everyone's trying to sneak back in because it's even though it's a dealer Riichi, it's hard to respect them because you just don't have any information. I don't think you can con this yet.
No, surely not.
You do not really want to throw the 9 because it is part of a Dora shape potentially.
It's also just the fact that there is a reach on the table and you are not close to the Tempai. At least I would. Oh no, it's Tempai though.
There's the 3. And
I
that's
was
going to
gonna
be
say,
the deal in Riichi Nomi or a 1. So that's 39 as well, plus the home buff 42.
the power of an early Riichi, even if the way is bad. Sometimes someone is just going to play it. Although, yeah, it wasn't. I guess you can't really refuse Tempai, right? The situation is, although May didn't have to necessarily play aggressively there.
But at the same time, there's such a jump between second and third. I think you have to at least play to have a chance. There are ways to get away from it.
Yeah.
I don't dispute that. But I don't hate just showing. I didn't really like the Dama, though. If you're going to chase.
Yeah. I get that.
Oh, well, speaking of hands, let's just get 3 Dora instead.
Dora. Yeah.
Definitely my plan A. This Pinfu Taipan, but a lot of work has to go in there. This feels like a Pinfu, but kind of ugly with the 5779. The South doesn't do anything immediately. The 7 so connects with the 8. The 4, 5, 7, 8 overlap now on the 6. The 7's a great fill there, 5, 6, 7, 8 pin.
In that moment, you have their acceptance, but you end up drawing the side that doesn't give it to you. We know
5,
why.
Another pair here, and okay, doesn't even hedge the Chitoi. One pin, pretty useless here. Going to throw it back, even over the west. 5, good floater, but definitely hedging towards Chanta or even Junshan here. There's the call. Says, I have 3 Dora. I don't have to think too hard. Give me tiles to call, please. Plus, they get rid of the overlap. Still needs the 6, though. Yeah, that is always the problem with Tanya Otazuke, but at the same time, you have 3 Dora. You have to do it.
Exactly. It's worth the risk, but I can see the backfire.
Ishanten for Junshan. Close. Possible Riichi. And there it is. There's the 6.
Oh,
That's what you're
6
looking
came
for.
out.
Now
So there we go.
Kutsky
Problem
just looking
solved.
for connect to either of those floaters, the 6-pin or the 3-mon. There's another one of those 6, so can't use it though. Oh, well, I say
That's
anything
not something I want
connects.
to
That's
see.
the one tile you can't connect with.
Does mean that 3-mon's going to be weaker, especially if we draw the 2-mon.
Yeah, that's the only question. If you get the 2, do you take the Furitan? I probably would just because I'm looking to pawn into a Shampoo or even a Donkey.
Actually, I like that. I was going to say I wouldn't, but oh,
Well, no,
she
doesn't
refuses
even
it.
consider it.
But I actually like that.
Immediately looks
thought,
down at
though.
her fingernails innocently. Yep, definitely did not have a problem with that draw.
Yeah, I do like the thought of that. Like keeping the potentially fruit 10 weight, because you can then swap it later. I think that's fair. Either way, though.
Yeah, stays Ishan 10. 4 is not going to be held. Again, just looking for that Junshan. 8 now moves this towards Ishan 10. 9, still just nothing. And you look at that pawn, it wants to be Tanya so badly, but the draws aren't there.
Yeah.
7, so that is an Ishan 10, but there's just so much of a value difference. You just have to throw it back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another 7 goes down, and the Haku's a miss. 6, this is now Ishan 10.
Okay, well.
That's not what you wanted. You can go. I like the 1 here because you can go Tonki on either of the 9s.
It also confirms Sanchoku, so even if you don't get what you want in terms of a Tenpai, at least you have 2 hand.
Now you see the 4 so is the floater. There's a 2 so in the discard, so still may end up in a Furitan. This should be just 8-9.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes. Thing is that 8 could be called for the Junshan Sanchoku, and there's our Pinfu. This is Riichi Pinfu only with a 1-4. There's a dealer.
I'm going to finally see a call here.
There goes the 4. Deals in. It's not a Patsu because there was a Chi. But Riichi Pinfu, so 29 plus 2 home, but 35.
The Dora were a curse today. I'm so sorry. Unfortunate. But then when you've got Dora 3, you've got to go for it. You've got to go for it.
Yeah, figured everything in the hand was just stuck in Furita and tried to make something happen, and it did.
So Matsushima does pull ahead, back in first place with a bit more than a 500-point gap.
Whole bunch of Sozu tiles here, but maybe not enough because everything's kind of disconnected. You have a 6-so pair, a 9-so pair, and a 2-4. That's a hand that I want to go hone into. I just don't trust it. It's not going to start with the wins. So just play normally.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable.
The question is, if you... Oh no, just doesn't even consider it. That is, I'm going Honitsu.
From Matsushima, I guess if it does go her way, she can always fold, right? She's in first place. So
yes.
There is definitely
4 pairs here.
You
2-pin now. Oh, wow, couldn't even go Doko. Yeah. Well, no, it can't because you need the 2, the 2, the 2, and it's Ishan 10.
Yes.
Couple 4s, also a Chitoi route. Not really what I'd expect of that hand, but hey, it could get there. 3 will be held here probably because you can't go normal. You could even go Honitsu, but cutting the 9-mon.
Yep.
8-pin pair up. So nope, Doko Dream's dead. Cuts the 2.
Okay. I was wondering for a second there, but you've got Dora 2. You don't need to get any extra value from Yaku when you've got Dora 2, I suppose.
Yes, Tanya Dora 2. Could even go Riichi Tanya Dora 2. Oh, that is a super wide Ishan 10, and the Manzu can also accept the 3. Speaking of,
yep.
Cannot be cheated.
But if 300 gets
from
followed,
that player.
Exactly.
Oh, that's just Tenpai. Riichi Tanya Dora 3. 2-mon 2-so. Kind of surprised this is Riichi'd.
Yeah, honestly, that would be a really interesting
row, but at the same time, that's one of those where someone deals it and you go, wait, what?
Especially with Dora 3, I think sometimes, you have to value win rate over the value.
I mean, I'm not going to object to someone just slamming a Riichi in a questionable Dama position, something I've been... I have a bit of reputation for that.
I see.
And we're going to see a chase here, waiting on the Dora. Gonna be a lot of effort though, because there's just one left.
Yeah, and I don't see anyone discarding Dora.
No,
Like,
but at
even
the
if
same time,
the
well,
other
the
reach
thing
just
is,
kills
if
Dora,
May gets it, it just gets conned.
yeah, she's going to close con it. She's not going to discard Dora to another reach. Exactly. Imagine the
Well,
but we
now
see
it
it get
is.
drawn. So that's
So
the
then
last.
we have one officially dead hand. Kinoshita is just sitting here, has no idea, but kind of suspects the way that good. This is an Ishun 10. Can just shove the 2 here. Would deal in if it does, though. Tuso is the deal in tile. It is the loose one here. This is a do I fold or do I push situation. There it goes! That's why the
There it is.
Riichi happened. Riichi, Tanyao, Dora 3. Didn't
Just
get any
because she
aura,
sees, I
though,
think,
but
3 of the
hey,
4.
8,900 of the Homa and the 2 Riichi 6. And that's going to put May in a wrangle hold for first place now.
Water reversal going into South 3. Still a very good game, though, for Matsushima. She's definitely playing very, very well. And what you lose in South 1 and South 2, you can always gain back in South 3 and South 4.
Kinoshita will be dealer here, and a bit of a fight now between third and fourth. Not a position you want to be in here, but hey, you just take it a second. There's, again, a really big jump.
Yeah, I think the gap between first and second is 30. Gap between second and
Yeah,
third
it's
is 20.
30,
Gap between
20,
third
10.
and
It's
10.
really easy to remember if you do it through that way in your head.
Exactly, yeah. So just getting second is huge here. And there's blood in the water. Like, Matsushima is only 13k behind. Okay,
This is
14K.
a hand I like to call Count the Kanchan.
Yes.
Not my favorite home game, but something I'm experienced in.
We've all been there.
Kind of hedging towards a Honi too. Yeah, it's
You're
early
gonna
on. You
feel
have a
them
long way to
early.
go. They're all Tanyao. The problem with this, especially if someone early reaches, then you just cry.
Yes, well, yes, exactly. That point,
Seven
you just
shows a
have to
great
fold.
fill. Well, that's it. You can't fold with this hand. That's what
Wow,
I'm
yeah.
worried about.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Maybe we instead try and find some safe tiles.
Yeah,
Although,
well, or just straight on attack. Another
yes.
pair here. 2 going to be a miss. Can't cut the 5. Yeah, not really believing the 5, 6, 7 Sanshu shift.
Yeah, we've already given him on that very, very early, which is absolutely fine, I think, in the situation.
One
Yeah,
so
one of the best ways of
here has
defending
the
is
3,
to
4, 5.
win first.
One so pawn.
Okay,
5
so
on
she's
pair
showing a
up.
very narrow range. Yeah, she's showing a very narrow range. It doesn't necessarily have to be
The
a flush.
classic 7, 5, 3, and I'm gonna have to cut a 4 in a couple turns.
I will
5.
say,
Ooh, that's a pretty tile. 5 Mon is the way I would cut because I want the Peiko. You can just cut the 4 here if you just want the Riichi Pinfu, but I think you need value here. Kinoshita's way behind.
yes, exactly.
Oh, and another 5. That was the tile Kinoshita really wanted another one. It'll be very hard to get that now.
6 comes out, but it's not quite there.
But could similarly get really greedy and even cut 9-9 there. But I think just keeping Ishunten as dealer is fine.
Yeah.
There are people I know that would absolutely cut 9-9 there.
I could see.
Oh,
I could
the
see
4 so the next turn. It would have been beautiful.
Yeah.
One pin, not going to do anything. Well, that is a Tempai. Ew.
Yeah.
Not going to even take it. Yeah.
I think that's fair. It's still very, very early in the hand, right? It's still time to draw things. You don't have to. Also, even though we do see 2 calls from Matsushima.
Okay, that's much better.
There we go.
Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1, waiting for 7 Mon. It has to get changed. The situation of when there are a lot of sumos, you oftentimes get short 1,000. Well, this is Ishun. Think you got 7 pin or 2 so. Does go and get 2 so. The 5 so being out there at Tsuji, so reasonable.
I'm pretty sure that May's been folding from a much earlier point in his hand already. Just stocking out safe tiles.
Oh, the 3 so. I'm just dreaming of the Peiko now.
Yeah.
I do always wonder sometimes, how do people get these monstrous hands in tournaments? And it's because they play like that, where they don't take the immediate route. They say, you know what, I'm gonna draw everything, and then they do it. It's really frustrating at times. That's gonna be a Tempai here. Riichi Pin Fudora 1. I think you have to throw it in. 1-4 pin.
So we have a battle on our hands. Both players with one Dora.
South just cleared, so that's definitely safe. 7, Sumo, reach, Sumo, Pin Fudora. And 8, so is the Ura, so we'll just be the 4 Han 20.
The two players in last fighting each other, and Kinoshita rising above.
And now going to be a bit of a dogfight for second place.
Yeah, we have a battle on our hands. That doesn't mean we can't count Kinoshita or Sono out, of course.
Yeah,
Sono being last dealer, she can always make a miracle happen.
Yeah, do we have time limits on these games? I know we did during the regular season.
+1, so...
There's consideration. We had a few repeats, but I don't think we're locked on time at this point.
Yeah, we don't get to hear the in-game sound because of reasons. But
Japanese commentators.
Yes, indeed. But once 80 minutes pass, a bell will ring out, and then they will play the remainder of their current hand, and then one more. Assuming the game hasn't ended by then, of course.
All right, well, we see a south pair here. Can call this down. Might even just go Honitsu with it. Chun pair would like Honitsu Chanta Chun, maybe?
Yeah, I could definitely see that being a nice path for Kinoshita to take. I definitely would be.
One of the Ooh, Haku pair up. That might be a Honitsu in Pinzu now. But going to see the Chi here. We'll see how much for Chanta. Not all in on it yet.
Yeah, when you've got a shape like 1-2.
Possible Honitsu. The 7 for the possible Chanta over the Honitsu. Oh, there's our Haku pawn. And it's just a 3. Yeah, that's just go.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, when you've got a shape like 1-2.
Simply says, thank you very much. I am out of here. And no, just going for definitely the Chanta route over the Honitsu. I'm surprised the 7s are held.
Yeah, honestly. We'll see if that pays off.
6 going to get thrown back. 2-pin pair up. Yeah, that's the perfect draw. 6, ew.
Yeah.
Wait, does that hand even have a Yaku? I mean, it has to with that play, doesn't it?
Hang on, let's have a quick little check.
There's a south pawn. Could definitely go for the Honitsu.
Has everything been a pawn in that hand so far?
No, everything's been a Chi, I thought, because it was a 1, 2, 3 and a 7, 8, 9.
Ah, okay. Right. So it is just Honitsu south. But that's still fine. Oh,
7, now Ishan 10.
Coming, wow.
You just cut the 9 here. You don't worry about it.
See, I would have considered keeping the 9 just in case we got that 6-9 weight by drawing the 8. But
ooh, Ishan 10 needs a 3, 5, and then a 7.
Potentially Itsu for
There's
May
our
there.
pawn Tempai waiting on 5, 8. And the 7's close, but that's not it.
And I was going to say there's a world where the 5 might get discarded, but I think it's going to be her pair now. So
yeah, it's going to be a pair. 5, well, okay, now it's definitely moving towards the Honitsu. Got back there. I was just surprised the 6, 7 was held. Oh, just draw another one.
Yeah, we see every 5 now. We see 1, 8. Oh, there's
the 8 goes. That's going to deal in. South Honitsu.
So the dealer continues their rampage just a little bit longer. We may actually hit that 80-minute timer. You never know. At this rate, it could happen.
Yeah, we've been getting a few repeats now.
You can definitely see the smile on her face.
Matsushima now definitely fighting first in Kinoshita. Down there now has to worry about Sono. We're in South 4. Sono is dealer, but in 4th place is dealer. You just need to win.
Yes.
You don't have to build for value, although you'd like to, obviously. You just need to win. So the condition's a lot easier. Oh, but not if your opponents are just sitting there with Sanshoku like that.
I mean, yeah, you still got to try, though. In that situation, you've got nothing to lose.
They pin
Oh
pair
wow!
up. Could go toy. I'd go east.
Yeah,
This is where the consideration is cheat toy. I think you should probably try to decide the 2-4 or the east. No, it goes to the 8. Okay.
the other thing is because the Haku, the White Dragon, is the Dora. We got to keep
Right.
it probably if we're looking for
Oh.
value from that position.
Well, this is dealer with the possible Sanshoku, but just takes the Ishenten, which will not be Sanshoku. Unless the 4-5 is paired up.
Yes, exactly.
One still doesn't do anything. I just throw it back. I also don't mind the 9. Does let you use the 3 a little bit easier. One pin. Ugh.
Like it's.
I just want to
usable,
get
I
rid of
guess.
these.
First.
I'm not thrilled with anything in this hand.
The
problem is Matsu
I guess
trying to figure out a way to get to the 6,000, the 53 that's needed. That's going to be a 52 sumo, and the hand just isn't there.
Yeah, I guess the ideal is Toy Dora 3, but that's a dream.
Well, the thing is, you don't need Toy Dora 3, because if you get Dora 3, it means you just have Haku as a Yaku.
I mean, absolutely, that's also true. I guess Toy Dora 2 would be the bare minimum, I suppose.
Yes.
So that still means you've got to draw one of those, or get to Tempai on that Dora Tanki, one of the two.
Okay, and abandons the Sanjiku route here, keeps the 3-mon for a possibly Pico shift in lower Bantu with a 2-3-3-4.
Another
That
dragon.
is a completely useless tile. That feels like a cheat toy play.
Yeah, I think that's a
So this
nice
is
hedge. If nothing
Ishan
else.
10. You can cut the 2-so here, you can cut the 6 pin here, or you're really greedy and cut the 1-mon, but I like the 2 here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The other thing to keep in mind is that Kinoshita's probably not going to be getting second place with this hand, no matter what. So her goal is going to be to help secure third.
Yeah, even a Haneman Sumo is not enough.
Yeah, so as long as she wins a hand, she'll be confirming.
Well, that is Tempai. I actually don't hate a 1-mon cut here. I also don't hate just a Riichi. I would cut 1-mon.
Okay.
We'll do so.
I think the other thing is she probably wants to be able to Dharma this hand. She doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Because by giving a Riichi stick out, you're lowering the gap between you and Sono by just that little tiny extra bit.
Well, also, you don't want to alert the other 2 players that, hey, I might have something. You just like to snipe and let them passively deal in.
That's also absolutely true, yes.
Well, I mean,
No?
you just slam this one, but you're kind
Yeah.
of bad. You're okay. So your greedy play here is 1-so.
I can see it, but also
Instead, we'll Dama takes the headless Anko Ishanten. Instead, there's going to be a 3 is Riichi Nomi waiting on the 7-mon. And of course, that 3 would have dealt in.
And unfortunately, you see 3 of the 7s right here.
Yeah, so the weight's pretty dead. Could go Peitanki, doesn't want it. We'll just stay Dama on the 3-6. Knows the 3's safe, so any entry is safe.
A lot of very good defensive play from top 2 here. I guess the worst case scenario for top 2 would be if Sono were to be able to get another dealer repeat, potentially.
Yes.
But maybe I guess that favors Matsushima a little bit. But
yeah, May would be fine with it. Kinoshita, of course, gets very, very scared if there's a dealer repeat. Ew. Well, arrow's a 5. With the early 4 and the late 8, the 5's reasonably safe. But again, still Dama. I think that part of this is just want to throw the stick in case Sono Sumos gets the extra stick.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah,
Haku
she managed to pick
pair
up
up, so that's enough to consider fighting. That's a Furi 10 Tempai, 3-sided, and says, you know what? Nope.
If the 6 pin was safe, I would take that Tempai, but it's not. It's not pretty live.
And now you see the 3's come out, and this is currently Dama waiting on the 2.
So Red
With
Dragon
no
also
Yaku,
live
of course.
at this point? I think it might be. Yeah.
Oh no, the Ibatsubo!
It's one of these things that if the 6 were safe, I would be not at all worried about taking the free 10. But
Instead gets a
I don't know.
south. Of course, we
Trying
see
to
a whole
justify-
bunch of 3's just came out.
Yeah,
That 2 does not actually look that bad.
that's true.
And as a result, yeah, it just switches to the south here. Again, still no Yaku. That 4 is definitely a fold. Digimon, well, they're ways back in.
There's a chance.
Oh,
yeah.
just Sumo.
Have
Okay.
we seen Sumo? Okay.
Non-Tonki was the answer. Sumo Nomi says, give me my stick and get me out of here.
That does confirm Kinoshita, though, in third place. Ends this match. It's going to be a really interesting situation with the players who are behind. They've got 2 games left to try and make something happen. So it's definitely not over, not even for Sono.
May the big winner, Matsushima with the second, 34-2, very respectable second. Third place Kinoshita with that minus 22.4, and Sono shut down there on the end. You see the look. That describes it. I was so close to getting something. Why did that not come? And then...
But still, it's the dream. You know, you gotta at least believe in the chance. You gotta go for it. And we did see a lot of that. I did say at the start of this match that I'd be predicting a lot of aggressive play, and I think that's what we saw today. It's been really good. Really fast, really early reaches, even with bad weights.
Yeah, a lot of just not greedy play. People just playing efficiency, especially in the Ishunten. I feel how you're playing really comes down to how you're playing at Ishunten. Are you breaking? We saw one of those at the very end there, getting really greedy, but a lot of them, they're just taking the, you know what, I don't really need Sanshoku. I'll take the wider acceptance of my Ishunten. And as a result, we did have a bunch of low-scoring hands. It felt like our value was just from Ura.
Yes, honestly, that has mostly been, there were quite a few very lucky Ura flips. I think there was one Ura flip that gave her Mangan, which was huge in that moment in time, and is the reason why I think she got, I believe, third place instead of fourth, I think it was. But yes, getting a lot of Dora, getting a lot of Ura, because honestly, most of the hands are just Riichi only, or Riichi Pinfu. But yes.
Yeah, Riichi Pinfu Dora, Riichi Tanyao Dora, and just flip Ura. Those will definitely change the value.
Either way, though, if you've got the early tempi, especially if it's an early tempi in a good way, you've got to take it. And I absolutely defend it, and it's good to see that high-level play. But yeah.
Of course, that is the plan.
Either way, though, you've got 2 more games left, and we were talking about greed. I'm wondering if we'll be seeing more greed the next 2 games, but I won't be commentating on them because I am going to be replaced by, I believe, the wonderful Tipzntrix. Hello.
Nice. Hello. Thank you for the introduction, Cairo. I faded. You faded into me on the screen.
That was,
that was like a literal replacement. felt like some sort of sci-fi futuristic thing as you said that. But hello, it's me, Tipzntrix, alongside Corak. Of course, Cairo's beautiful voice there in game 1 on that very up and down game 1. The scores actually ended. First dealer got first, second dealer got second. So it was all orderly at the end, but it was pretty unfortunate for our Osakan representative.
Yeah, there were lots of twists and turns. Yes, absolutely. Like seeing the first dealer come back, she had a really bad opener to that game, right? She just couldn't win a hand until the south round. And then went through, I think,
that's what happens. It doesn't matter how good you are if you don't get hands. Even someone who's just massively better than other players, you see this tournaments, occasionally live play, you're still not winning no matter how good you are, more than 40% of hands, even against just complete new players. That if you're not getting hands, it doesn't matter. At this level, I mean, if you're not getting hands, you're just going to sit there and wait and hopefully not deal in.
And that is only 1 game worth of sample size. But we have 2 more games today. However...
It's a series of 3.
Yes, however, because all the teams are playing, all the teams that have made it through the playoffs, we are only going to be getting 1 game per team. So we're going to be seeing all new players today, including... Well, not today. All new players coming up right now in the second game, including... another member of the Orb League, this time from Kansai. So, our first dealer here, we had Mei, the mononymous Mei for all Sirius, and now we have Mei Takashima, who is the May of May's bar. And that is her bar. Her team is represented by, I believe, only 2 players this year. And she's she's the mama of the bar. So there we are. In the south seat, we've got Nao Arisawa for Team Mahjong Amusement Park there, MAP for short. In the west seat, Aoi Mizutani for Mahjong Fusion, Mahjong Bar Fusion, our Orb League representative, who we have not seen this whole season because we were capsting the Scepter League since that's where the studio is located. And in the north seat, having a really good time or smelling something really funny, I'm not quite sure, is Haruna Nakazato for Team Riichi Mahjong Sakae.
All right. Well, do we have the scores from game 1 for this table?
So we do not, but the overlay will as we get into the game.
Yeah, we'll be able to see it in yellow immediately. We'll be able to figure out pretty quickly.
All right. So no worries there. I guess that means it's time to see those scores. And there it is, May Takashima of May's Bar, our first dealer. The big logo right on the shirt.
Remember, sponsors are advertising, and a big shirt with your name on it. That's the way to go, I'd say.
Yeah, and she's self-sponsoring here, basically. So there's that. Also, a very solid professional player.
All right, we can see here Arisawa map team was #1 in the first game. Mizutani's team with second, you can see that 6.5. Takashima's team in third with a -19.1, and Nakazato's team in fourth with -43.3. And we're off with a West call. Oh, well, that's just Janta, isn't it?
I think for a lot of players, Chanta is not their first instinct, and that's why Nakazato took 5 to 10 seconds to make her first discard, because she came to the same.
It's a terrible Yaku that then just sneaks in.
Yeah,
My view on it is a Yaku that you do not go for, but it goes for you.
Yeah.
If the draws keep pushing you, you just keep shoving away. No, it's Chanta, and then just steps in front of you. Okay, fine, it's Chanta.
So she kept the Forso here, and as you mentioned, Chanta just often not worth the value. It often does not give you enough value for the difficulty of making it. And so Nakazato really thought about whether she wanted to go for Chanta, and now she's actually hedging her bet, whereas Mizutani is all the way in.
Great draw there.
Yeah.
Move this towards a Sanshigu. Probably let the Chanta if you do so lock in. Sticks connects with the 8, but a bunch of pairs here. You do have a Dora, so you can't really do much else with the Dora pairs up. Oh, that's a beautiful draw.
Whoa,
Still Ishunten, but super wide.
Can be a little difficult to
here.
read. But
2-pin. Well, I don't know necessarily what the 2 would do to that hand, but the 2-pin is useless.
Yeah, the 2-so would be really good. It would definitely be Tempai. I think 2-so is probably the best draw, but
yeah,
those are dots, not bamboos.
A really good draw too. Oh well, now you just have a run here. Surprised the 1-pin is cut rather than the 6-8. So probably afraid of the Honetsu.
Yeah, I wonder if that could have also been a Chanta hand. I didn't quite read it all in my head.
Oh well, that has to be Tempai.
Yeah, 6-9 at least. Maybe 3 as well. Not 100% on the 3. But definitely 6-9.
7. Oh, just knew we were going to draw it the next turn.
It works out.
Oh, but easy game. There goes your 9.
Still cuts the 9s
and
anyway.
There it is. So if you're looking at, wait, row 1? Are you kidding me? Okay, take your points.
Yeah, 3 works as well.
Next.
This was also waiting on 3. I don't think there are any other weights on the inside, but 3, 6, 9.
Yeah, it looked like a Nobeton, so it makes sense for the 3 also deal in.
Not the worst half flush, but it is still a little bit more than just a half flush. 3,900.
Yeah, with 3 Han, I'm not going to complain about a 4,000 win in row 1. Yeah. I'm just not.
Especially in a format without red 5s.
Yes, get the value. Honetsu is one of those hands where the stricter the rules are, the better it is. It's
Right.
kind of nice in Akaari. It's kind of balanced in Akanashi. And you get really strict like JPML where you don't have Kondora or Urador or Ipatsu. It just busted.
Yes. And they find in a lot of other mahjong formats as well. The honitsu or half flush, as well as the chinitsu, the full flush, are generally the two main ways of generating value out of a hand.
All right. Well, we see the South Pole also has a Chun Anko here. The plan is Honitsu. Just as we were talking about, Honitsu, definitely the easier way to build value a lot of the time. But with Dora, of course, Dora being distinctly Riichi Mahjong, it's just such a nice way to do it. But the one mon's really hard to pull in. And doesn't hold the 6, not even considering a regular hand. That is breaking for the Honitsu. Could have gone with a Sozu cut instead, but I think also at the same time just wants to hide which Honitsu suit it is.
Yeah, and we can see, even though Arisawa has no use for the one mon right now, simply because it's Dora, she's holding on to it, hoping to get something
And this
there.
pawn's going to be 4, 3, 6, 8, and then a 9's coming. So this one where you make these, you know what? I don't think Pizza's going to be needed.
Right. But I wonder if the other players will move towards or away from Pinzu in that case.
Oh, there's an 8. Extends the shape. Should just be the 9 pin. If you're just disguising it, you should just cut the 9. Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, it says, okay, guys, it's Manzu. The jig is up.
There's a little bit of camouflage here in that it could be some other form of outside hand with only the honors called on the table. It could masquerade as like a Honroto.
Chanta, but as we just said a while ago, getting Chanta is really hard for what you do.
That is true.
5 Mons to do anything. Definitely want to keep the Dora shape, so she'll went to the Sanchoku route. Hatsu goes right back out. 7 pin. Well, I just throw it back. Yeah, you can go 1-3. You could cut the door, but I think just the floating 7 isn't that good. Again, plus you can see a 6-8 on the board.
Yeah, that adds to the inefficiency, I suppose, of the 7 pin. But holding on to this one mon could end up backfiring. Arisawa being the dealer.
Or it could just end up paying off immediately.
Perfect.
And cuts the 3-1 now. Riichi Pinfu Dora 2 Ishanten. Pair up now. Ishanten there as well.
And Mizutani releasing the Dora, especially when it's in the suspected suit, the Manzu suit, could set off some alarm bells to the other players, although she's not actually Tenpai.
Nope. But this hand certainly has enough to fight regardless of what it is. Yeah, the obvious Honitsu, the door overflow. If you're okay, well, this should just be 8-9 or maybe the 5 pin.
Yeah, these Doras are just fitting in very nicely for all the players who need it, except for the half flush.
Does go with the 5 that keeps the Itsu route open. Plan A is, of course, still the 1-2-3 Sanshigu. 4 goes out. That is now Ishanten needs a 5 mon and a 5-8 mon.
Yeah.
3 not the ideal draw. That just deals it a lot. Why did Dora cut? Well, it might be because a shape fix. Oh, well, that 4 is also really bad. And 1 pin is, I'm out. I have 3 pen shot. It's late. This isn't happening. So you can go 5 pin here, which is probably what I would do. Or you can cut the 7 because you have so many of the 6 blockers.
Yeah, we are only about halfway through. I don't know if it's that late, but definitely still dangerous tile to have picked up.
And yeah, it does go with the 5.
But this is that sort of no man's land, that limbo in the middle, where if you start folding from here, you're probably going to run out of safe tiles at some point, especially if you have to defend against multiple players.
Well, the 8 so pairs up, can move the hand a little bit forward, but as the 1-2-3 forward, it's probably just never coming out.
Yeah, I can agree with you there.
Shift up to the Sanshoku, but you have 2 up. The 3 mon is the normal cut here because then you can use either Sanshoku, but at the same time, clearly doesn't want to cut the 3.
Yeah, you also lose the 4 mon. You lose the ability to use the 4 mon if you throw the 3 there.
Again, plus you don't know if the 3 is just going to deal in.
Right.
9 pins a miss. That should come back out, and it does. Speaking of, 9-pin comes right back out. Juzo still Ishanten.
This has been going for a while. Huh?
And that's one of the things. When you're stuck in that Ishanten hell in an obvious Honitsu place, you're going, why aren't these tiles coming? But at the same time, everyone else is going, this is so Tempai, I'm never throwing anything again.
Yeah. We can see one north tile on the table, or is it two? No, there's two norths on the table. I think that's a bit of the explanation of why the Honitsu
Well,
has
that
not moved
is
forward.
Tempai here. Could throw the 3 in or even the 4. Both look really bad here. 3-mon cut would be Pinfu. Well, it would not be Pinfu. It would be Tanyao.
Yeah.
Because you have
Run
that
it
4-pin
very
onto, and not
slowly.
even going to
Yeah.
do it. Says, no, it's not worth it. I mean, if you do deal in here, you figure it's almost always Mangan.
Right. Especially with not all the Dora being revealed. And the Manzu suit is Dora, so ironically, our half-flush player, our Honitsu player, has none of the Dora. Everybody else does. Oh, even the 4 just comes out like that.
Yeah, it's just, oh, well, maybe I made a big mistake. I mean, when I read that, it was okay. It was Tempai in a garbage, maybe 5-mon weight, and now it just got upgraded.
I mean, sometimes you see the 4. Maybe they just drew the 1 and just replaced a 2, 3, 4 with a 1, 2,
Shifted
3.
back into it. Can definitely happen. But you wouldn't expect that because didn't the 1 come out not that long ago?
True.
Yeah, the 1 already came out, so
I don't know if
very
she had the
unlikely.
ability to call it there, but if she was Tempai, of course.
Right. 6-pin, I mean, it's just a fold. They're not playing this. 6-so is safe. Or reasonably safe. One of the other 2 players might Dama, but already cut into 4-pin a couple turns ago. It's just going to continue hearing fold out.
Oh, that's quite a
there's your
draw.
Tempai.
3 has
And
not
you have
passed.
Dora 2. The 3 is so terrible, though.
7 maybe?
You can
It's
cut
Suji
the
to the
7
4?
and wait on the 4, playing for Tempai payments. I would never reach you with the 7, but I
Right.
might consider a Dama here. At the same time, there's so much value that just slamming the 3 is also acceptable.
Yeah, you can see 2 of the Dora. Although we are running out of tiles to just
You can see
slam and
3
read.
of the Dora.
Oh, that's right. 1 was discarded earlier. Oh, but
Just throws it.
Damaten.
It should definitely be Tempai. And okay, well, there is your Tempai. There is your 8. Hits the door indicator, but not over, so no penalty.
Yeah, that tile was
But now we
already
definitely know
revealed.
there are 2 players Tempai. There's no question for the rest of this table. They're both Tempai.
But we have reached the end of the wall.
Yeah, we'll just be 1,500 each.
I think most players expected this at this point, as you mentioned.
Is the teams that were in first and second now jump up into first and second in this game. And if the game were to end like this, then it feels like the final hunch-ons between these 2 teams. But remember, it is top 2, so
Yeah,
you're not out of it, but you need a lot of work to overcome this.
I do think some of the
you need to not
score
only get
carries
first, you need
over.
to dumpster someone else.
Right. So even if they both make it through, I do think some of their score carries over to the next round, so they do want to score as well as they can.
All right, well, that's a great starting hand. A few too many pairs for my liking, but still a nice little Riichi Tanyao Dora. Maybe a Pinfu in there. 9-so pair up gives a couple pairs, but feels like a slow Pinfu. This is an East pair up. Also a 1-mon pair. Can accept a Dora potentially. Maybe call and go. This has a bunch of pairs.
Yeah, and one less
And
immediately.
this is what happens. It's say first person a bunch of pairs, second person a bunch of pairs, third person a bunch of pairs. It's called a Toitsuba, and it happened a lot.
Okay, this is 5 though. Oh, even 5
Doesn't
is not enough.
want it. Ooh, I don't think I like that. I think I'd cut 7-mon. Because we have a Dora, I'm fine just waiting for the Chitoy on Dora.
Yeah, you also have the Toy option there with like a Red Dragon Yakuhai, the value honor tile. And that's a reasonable
We're going to see
out.
the second one probably come out here. Nope. Not going to at least try and disguise that it was a Chun pair cut.
Yeah.
I'll say, if you see someone cutting a Yakuhai pair like that back to back, you go, okay, that is scary.
I think part of it must be the fact that the rest of her hand is all inside. It's all Tanyao tiles.
Yes, it is tempting to go Tanya there, but if you had a 5-so and could already use the door in a regular shape, I think it's fine. But I just like the Chito Ishunten because you have a Dora.
Yeah, this would be Tempai right
And
here
there would
with
have
the
been another
7
pair.
man.
That would be Tempai on your Riichi Tanya or Riichi Chitoidor too.
But it's still in a reasonable shape here so far. But definitely not Tempai right now. I'm a little bit worried about Nakazato's hand here. The
One pin
player with the
Onko.
most
Now Ishunten.
work to do.
Ugh.
Well, it gives another way to use both
This is the type
Dora.
of hand that gets a lot of players in trouble because you can see where it's supposed to go. It has 2 Dora,
Yeah.
but it's so slow.
Yeah, we are still in the East round, so Nakazato does have the
5-so the perfect draw. This is Riichi Dora 1, 369 Mon.
I don't think Nakazato's getting to her out here, even if this East tile comes out. But May of May's Bar may be able to run it back.
Well, East isn't going to do anything for it, so trying to decide whether it's worth it on Ipatsu. I don't think you want to fold this. This is too good, isn't it? Nope, just going to play it. Cuts the safe 7. Also note that the 7 was not cheed to break the Ipatsu.
Yeah, I noticed Arizawa's 4th finger, the nail actually has an outdent. There's an ornament on it. But it hasn't seemed to affected her tile handling or anything so far.
Well, if you can grab them anyway, that's all that really matters. Still 369, really wide weight. Figure it has to come out at some point.
Yeah, these 3-sided weights, you always expect them to come out, and sometimes they don't. I wonder if our dealer here, Arisawa, will be able to fight.
Well, it's not just 3-sided weights. A 369 with a terminal in there. So the 9's pretty good, and it's not in the Dora suit. So there are
That's
plenty of
true.
reason to push against it.
It's also quite early, so there should be less information on avoiding it.
4 pins a miss, and I see the 2, 4, 3 in the pond. 4-1 para. Yeah, threw the 7 earlier, so knew that was safe. And similarly, as do I chi and throw the 9 here?
Big think.
You have 2
think
Dora.
here.
There's such an incentive to fight this, and yeah, I think I would have just broken the Ipatsu with that if I were going to make this call, but...
Perhaps her hand wasn't
Haku
as good
pair
of shape.
up. Well, no, it wasn't. But at the same time, again, 2 Dora. I say those are the hands that get people in trouble. I have definitely been caught with my hand in the proverbial cookie jar.
There's a 9.
There's a 9. It doesn't fit. Doesn't like this East. My 9 might come out, or it might just be a fold. 3-3 is very reasonable here, and that is the play.
Playing it safely?
Ease it down. Ishan 10, floating 2-so and 3 Mon.
Oh, interesting draw for Nakazato. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter now.
Dora, there it is. No aura, but will be a nice pickup, 1,000, 2,000. Plus the home ball.
Yeah, does that get her into 3rd with the Riichi stick back?
Could get her into 3rd.
Yeah, I think the Riichi stick was already subtracted from her score, so now it's re-added.
Close to 2nd as well, but still pretty close match here. Mizutani, 3rd dealer here. We are in East 3.
Yeah, dealer's in the lead right now. Nobody above 30,000 though.
It has reasonably nice Pinfu hand, mini Peiko and lower Sozu, but also the Dora. 3-so would really fix that hand.
3-so. That would be a huge draw right here.
All right, well, 9 Mon is going to do anything, so that gets thrown back. We have a West pair here. This is West player. Might just be a call and go. Not really any other value there. The pin going to be held as a floater with a 1, 4, 5, 6, 8. 7, so kind of a decent floater. Just going to cut an honor there as well. 2, so extends the Kanchon 2, 4, 6, 7. 8, so pair up.
Yeah,
I definitely just want to call
time.
the West. So don't worry about this.
Calling West makes a lot of sense.
The 4 fits in for possibly Peiko. 2 manga get held over an honor. 5, so okay, the shape's getting a little bit better.
We'll see
So
whether
Onko.
we'll see whether Nakazato ever releases her copies of the West for that to be
Well,
called.
the other thing there is when you see the Onko of the Dora indicator 8 and you have all 3 of the blockers,
Right.
you really want to go fast because it means someone's going to pair up that 9.
Yeah, when you haven't seen it on the board, especially because it's a terminal, often it means somebody does have multiple copies. But we can see Nakazato is actually just looking for the
There's the
8s.
E. Call this down. 5 so makes the shape a little bit wider. 4 so as a floater isn't a bad tile, so will be held for now over the tune. Oh, it gets rid of the tune just in time as it's paired up here by Arisawa.
Yeah, Arisawa's going to keep it.
2 so, Ishan 10, you just cut the 7 so here.
I wonder if we see another option. Oh, we do. The
Oh,
4
okay,
so.
really greeting for the Dora. Ishanten here as well will float the Dora possible Tonki.
That
9
is
so,
a
well there's the
Dora.
Dora. Gets rid of the tune. Does not really want to throw the Dora into that East Pole. 6. Ugh. It doesn't do anything immediately. It makes your Ishanten super wide, but you will have to cut Dora. You can also go 4 pin, you can throw the 6, or you can throw the 9. I feel those are the only cuts here.
It just goes
Throws
right
it back.
back.
Really wants the idea of this Dora Tonki.
I think the East Wind call has scared a lot of players who are holding the Dora.
These hands aren't that good right now. And there's our Chi, there's our Tempai. 6, 9 pin.
Oh, immediately? Immediately.
There it is.
And that's a
Nice
dealer
pick up for
win.
Mizutani. It's a double East. Not Chanta because you use 2 so as a pair.
Right. Very close.
Yeah, you get the 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Then it would have qualified, but no.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty interesting that she discarded the 4 so instead of the 1 so there. So maybe she was looking for a Chanta move in the future.
Yeah, I was trying to shift, but held that 7 so as long as possible. Really wanted the Dora, but if it's not there, it's not there. You take it to Han.
That's right.
All right. Well, Mizutani is dealer again here, and ew. I've said this many times. Count the number of even tiles in that hand. It's 0.
Hey, you could make all triplets with that, right? Or 7 pairs.
You
That's
can,
the point,
but
right?
regular hand going to be a little difficult. South pair up here. This is North player, so doesn't do anything immediately. I think you just play efficiency to see what happens. We'll cut the 1 pin. You know, that's not an even number tiled either, but at least it's a pair.
Yeah, I wonder if 13 Orphans is even on the table. I don't think so, but she does cut
That's I'll consider it. That's one where the hand is so bad I don't hate breaking away and considering a better option,
it's just
a prayer option.
Unfortunate she's already discarded 1 West on the way, but you never know.
So I guess the over-under is how many turns until Mizutani draws an even numbered tile?
An even number of turns, 2 turns.
Okay, we'll go with that. And okay, 0 for 1. Or I guess at this point 0 for 4.
It's not even like we see.
Ooh, nice end there.
Yeah,
Ishunten for Riichi. Is that Junshan, I think? Or was there a West pair? Was the West a singleton of the pair?
Hey, there it is.
Dude, just
I
on
called
time.
it. You can't win over or under when they guess exactly on.
Yeah, push. The situation where everyone's annoyed because there's no payout for the win and there's no payout for the loss. Yes, it is possible. Ishunten for Riichi Pinfu Junshan.
Yeah, that would be a monster hand here. At least Mangan.
And that's the type of hand that pros will generally dama because they don't want to win on the cheap end. There's such a difference. Pinfu versus Pinfu Junshan.
Yeah, Nakazato needs points both in this game and in the overall score, so maybe we'll see
Yes.
that from her. Takashima's in a similar boat, but not quite as extreme, so in her case, maybe the same as well. They're actually both kind of on the same route to Junchan
Yeah, they're both on the same
Sanshoku.
because they took 3 and 4 in the first game. So if they're 3 and 4 now, remember the yellow is live standings if the game were to end right now.
Right.
And we'll just take the chi. This is just Junshan with
But the
2
Dora,
Dora.
yep.
So that's Mongon level then. They're slacking with the graphics on us.
Yeah, we saw the Dora indicator just get updated right there. Or the Dora tile, sorry, as 1, so.
Well, that makes the hand very different. All of a sudden, an amazing hand. There's a Junshan Dora 2 Mongon.
That's not it, though.
Waiting on the 8, so. You see all those so tiles, figure, it might not be a so wait.
Yeah, I think
Doesn't really look like
so
it's 7. If you're throwing the 7, they think the 8's probably safe.
Pretty well camouflaged, I would say. The only question is she going to win before our dealer Mizutani, who we were joking about had such a bad looking hand? But it's kind of coming together
There's an
before
8 so
everyone
pair
else.
up, but it's going to be used as a pair because the hand needs one. 4, 5, 6 Stanshuku looks to be the plan, and that means that 8's not coming out anytime soon.
That leaves 2 more left for Takashima.
Less of a miss because it didn't do anything here. Just cut the 1. You figure the hand may not be Tempai yet, so we're fine. It is Tempai, but no one has the tile that matters, and the hand's just never giving it. Here's didn't believe in the 3 so.
Right. The 1, 2, 3.
Man, it's a really annoying draw because you want to go and fight this, but the hand's just not good enough to.
Sometimes people will go and fight it
6
anyway.
Ishanten for Riichi, Stanshuku, maybe Pinfu. Five so just doesn't like it. Yeah, just folding out, saying it might be Chitoi, it might be Honitsu, but it's not going to be the regular hand I had planned out before.
Yeah, some good board vision. Nakazato really needs that 5 so actually.
Now they're 3 so. Does that just hurt your soul when you see 3 so in the pond with the same person?
They make a triangle. You can use them to summon even more flow.
Okay.
As long as you line up
Well, we'll
the triangle.
see if that's what happens.
It's like a right angle triangle.
But it feels really bad now. The upper pins look terrible against a possible Junshan.
Yes.
When you know it very likely has the 2 Dora. So that's it. I'll push it if I get Tempai, but not before.
Right. Especially knowing that the Dora tile is one of those Junshan tiles, one of those outside tiles.
I figure there's very likely a 1, 2, 3, and because of the pond, you now see all the 3 so. So, well, I mean, you just slam this. If it deals in, so be it.
This is worth
Riichi,
so much.
Pinfu, possible Sanshoku.
Is
not
that
guaranteed.
no?
6 is that's it.
What is?
Pinfu,
Oh my goodness!
No aura, but that's a Mongon, and that is exactly what Nakazato needed here. And you see the look.
Just draws it right off the top of the wall. I mean, you can fold, but Takashima, as we mentioned, also needs to get her big hands. She's got to take those risks.
Yeah, Takashima and Nakazato both need to deliver this game for their teams to have any realistic shot going into game 3. But Nakazato there hits the Ipatsu and going to be in a bad position as compared to a terrible position where she was before.
Right. Yeah, a first place would
pretty
do
good
a lot.
starting hand. Not much value. Maybe again possible Chanta in here, but reasonable starting hand.
Yeah, no.
This
no
is similarly a pretty good
honors
starting
either.
hand. Pinfu, maybe except a Dora 5 so. There's our pawn of the 9 so. That is Honitsu or even Chinitsu with 2 Dora. 5-pin, a very frustrating draw. I kind of want to go 8-pin. Could go 8-mon. We'll go 8-mon.
Yeah, I wonder if even 2-so is a thought there, since she has the 6-so to use the Dora with.
South can get thrown back. 9-mon's definitely useless. We'll hold it over the 8. West Onko now.
Very nice draw.
How much do you believe in Chanta, I feel, is the decision here? I would just cut either 8-pin or 2-so, though. I like the door acceptance.
Yeah, I agree. Especially you
Goes
also
with
have
the
a
2-so.
5-pin.
This does at
another
least
suit.
hedge the Honitsu if you end up cutting the 1-mon, 1-mon. 7-so, a pair up there. I mean, it's definitely Tanyao. Yeah, cuts the 9 immediately. Keeps the honors.
She's got a
8-mon,
long
pretty
road ahead
useless
of her,
here,
though.
but it is a pin shot. Yeah, gets rid of it. When you've pawned the 9-so, you just have to hold the honors. And that's always the trick. When you make those terminal calls, you've really restricted your hand, and you've told the table your hand is really restricted.
The more honors that land on the table, especially the value honors, the less tiles that the opponents have to watch
your hand
out
becomes
for.
more and more transparent.
Yes.
You can try to backdoor into maybe some sort of weird 79 Sanshoku, but with a 9-so pull, and even that's unrealistic. It basically has to be Chanta. Or it has to be a weird Chanta or just the Chidetsu.
Yeah. Every once in a while, it's a mixed triple run, like a Sanshoku or a full straight Itsu 1 to 9, but very rarely, especially when it's a pawn of 9s. And as opposed to a
Miss, gonna
run.
get thrown back. 8-mon just keeps trying. Tiles up there aren't really helping. That's going to be cheap. Speaking of Itsu,
East is still Yakuhai, but looks like Takashima, because of her point position, is going to go all in on the Honitsu, the half flush.
it is East 4, but again, Takashima's team needs help. There's the 4. I imagine this will be a Chi. And what we're talking about should be 4-6-0. No, cuts the Haku. Keeps
Split
both
the
options
difference here. Yeah, this is actually one of the cases where instead of the half flush, it's just full straight Itsu. But open Itsu is only worth 1 Han.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. The idea here is get a Dora and maybe at least get 2,000 out of it, but
That's fair.
Now, could have held that 9 for Toy Toy. I actually don't like throwing that 9. I'd have thrown one of the honors. Because that was a way back in. With your 2 Dora, Toy Toy is perfectly acceptable.
Perhaps it's a response to Takashima's calls on the table.
4-so moves the hand forward, but it's just a long way off. The plan here was obviously go Chitoy, and now it's turning a normal hand. You don't like it. And 4-pin kills off that plan for Chitoy.
She does not want to discard that green dragon. It looks very dangerous.
North run here doesn't like it, but it has to go out, and it does eventually. 3-pin useless. 5-1, ugh. 3-4-5 Sanjaku route. You can cut maybe 1-3 here, or you could cut Hatsu.
Yep, she didn't want to cut the...
I also don't mind 2-mon, but if you're not getting Hatsu, I think you need to get out. 3-1 if you just want to play the safest. I know, just getting out says, you know, I'm not even going to try.
Right. If you're going to fold the hand, do it with intent and certainty. One of the...
Oh, just 8-pin. Now Ishunten for Riichi Itsu. Six is useless. But if you throw in the 4s, the 3 is going to come out. There it goes. 4-so moves the hand a little bit forward, but still a long way off this late.
Yeah.
Well, can go 1-2 for the Riichi Nomi. Possible Dora.
Whoa,
There's another 2.
Okay.
And is definitely now planning for the East call, then be waiting on Dora. Just doesn't want to get rid of this 4-6, and it's really slowed the hand down. Because all the other upgrade options just died.
Yeah, there really aren't many Dora left to draw.
There's the 6, upgrades the shape, I guess. Doesn't do anything immediately. Can't just cut the 9, sliding it down, since you're not worried about Itsu anymore. Throws it back, though.
Only one copy left of that 5-so for Takashima.
One pin goes back. Doesn't do anything. Fremon, not the best tile. Going to hold it for now. You're thinking, hey, if it's actually is that it's that Fremon deals in a decent amount here.
Right?
Then you figure if they have the Itsu, then why on earth would they call for it unless they had 2 Dora? And the answer is, well, that's the question we're asking too.
I do think the half flush was in contention before we started running out of tiles on the board here.
Yeah, now you just have to take anything. And the 5 pin is a fold. East, there it is. Finally, Tempai on the Dora.
Yeah, that's a closed East as well, so Sumo will be 40-fu, getting her a few more points. But she still needs to find the last copy of the Dora. There's only one left.
Tune is not it.
It goes, out it goes.
I feel it's just 1-3, so I wanted to cut it earlier. Nope, throws the 7.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be too late to cut 1-3-so at this point.
That is Ishan 10. Lots of options. You go 9 pin or 3, so I don't like the 6, though. Goes the 6 pin instead. Definitely is thinking there might be some sort of weird Chanta Junshan out there.
No call on the Green Dragon. Arisawa's
Yeah,
hand
is out. Yeah, that
not-
means I'm not throwing the 1-3.
Yep. Yep, exactly. There's a chance for Mizutani to get rid of the Green Dragon, but she doesn't.
North is not it. Still Ishan 10.
I'm not sure. She might get one more draw. Might not, though. I think she gets
9
one
pin
more.
really doesn't do anything. But figures the 3 is safe now, so might as well throw that. Haku is very safe. But no reason not just throw the Hatsu since it just came out.
Oh.
There's your Tempai on Ipeco. We'll have to throw 3-so. But it is Ipeco for dealer on the 7-so. I would definitely throw this, and I don't think I'd even Riichi. Now, this is one where, again, Nakazato can't afford to lose this dealership. I feel you have to shove
she's
the 3.
going
No,
to
doesn't.
lose
Runs
it.
out. There's the 7.
Yep, I believe that's her last draw. 2 more tiles in the... no,
Yeah,
there's 4 more
similarly, doesn't want to
tiles.
throw the 4 here as well.
So she
Been
will
thinking
get...
about it for a while. Do I throw the 7 or the 4? Just throw the 7 back.
Yep. Out come the Green Dragons. But it does look like there's one more draw for Takashima to pull the Dora in.
That's not it.
Here it comes.
We have 1 draw.
No.
Nope. But we'll end up with more value from the Tempai payments than the hand would have been. So
nobody got
I
Tempai.
think that works.
Definitely works.
Would have been 2,700 on Sumo. Instead, it is 3,000. You see the eye roll there of the, oh, maybe I should have just gone for it.
Looking for Dora. Looking for Dora. We can see the other tables just as intense, just not the broadcast table. You can see them in the background. They're still playing playoff games back there too. Fighting for their
the ones
team's
under
life.
the lights are always the most intense.
Right. The lights literally are pretty intense as well.
Yes, that too. I haven't been by those studio, but I've been through some of these productions, and yeah, I would not go to a table like this without sunglasses.
Getting some of the poker community involved.
Yeah,
the poker
well,
move.
that's ideally to hide your face, but no, those lights hurt. I'm one of those people that my eyes actually hurt if I'm like watching someone stream in a Windows with light mode or Discord in light mode. It actually hurts my eyes.
Uh-oh. We can't cause too much political division in this stream here. the light side and the dark side.
Go to the dark side. Anyway, 7 there fits in nicely for the possible 6, 7, 8, or 5, 6, 7 Sonshiku. Maybe a Tanya later. The 5 Mon will hold kind of a good floater. You have so many of these loose dragons, you might as well just cut for now.
I wonder if the half flush will happen in the end. Arisawa is definitely not committing to it yet, though.
5 so gives you another Kanchan you're not thrilled with. Can't just cut the west. It does the Kanchan with Dora, but on Dora indicator less than ideal, but you'll take it. There's a Penchon fill, great.
Yeah, if you get it, you get it.
6-0, nice shape there. 4, 4, 5, 6. The 5, 6, 7 looking better, maybe with a Tanya now. That's why you hold that floating 4 pin, is so you can draw the 5 and have a great upgrade. And now the 8's, of course, pretty much useless. North also useless, gets thrown back immediately. 1 Mon, there are very, very distant 1, 2, 3 Sanchiku, but I think throwing it back's right. Because the better route is drawing a 6 or a 9 is going Ipeco.
Yeah, Takashima is also kind of looking at Sanchoku as this is her last dealer turn. Her last chance to get those repeats.
Well, this should probably be the 9, but doesn't want to abandon the Sanchoku completely.
And here we are back at Takashima. She's going to go for the
4
efficiency,
Mon,
though.
so at least moves the hand forward, but losing the routes for values. Like
Right.
Riichi Pinfu, most likely. The Sanchoku's drifting away. Throw the 6 back. If you don't believe in if you believed in the Sanchoku hedge before, you should hold it now. The 6 does nothing.
I could also just throw the 9. It's not really doing anything either.
Well, the 9 is the Sanchoku dream. That's why I wanted the 9 cut last turn.
What a dream. She doesn't need to
and
dream
that is
that
the
much.
plan. Well, especially if you get maybe a 5 so pair up,
Right.
then you can loosen that 7 to use the 799, and then it's a 79 Sanchoku, and you look very good. But it does require drawing some very specific tiles to pull it in. And that is an upgrade.
That
now,
is a very
Ishan 10
specific
for
tile.
Riichi Pinfudora too.
A beautifully specific
Oh,
tile.
that's a really annoying tile to get that 4 so, because now the tile that wants to come out is the Dora.
Right. Oh, 1 away.
Well, Ishan 10 for Riichi Pinfu Chanyo Ipeiko.
Value is being generated in Takashima's hand. Arisawa moving forward as well with her big hand.
All 6, the perfect draw. Now you can just cut the 4 so or even the 9 pin. I feel 9 pin is normal.
There it is.
Yeah, there it goes. But you can still use the 8 so. Another pair up to 5 now. Just get rid of the 8 so.
That's a different out for Nakazato.
And anytime you see back-to-back pairs, like you start thinking Rianpeiko and you see the rest of the hand and go, no, it's not.
Exactly. Another pair.
3 Mon could have taken a slight upgrade, but we'll throw it back. This is definitely do I want Chitoi? I guarantee you that is the thought process here. Do I cut my 1, 2, 3?
It is.
And will. 6 pin.
Exciting
just not doing
maneuvers
anything
here.
there. Thrown back. 2 pin. Not going to do anything. Oh,
777.
oh no! That's
late.
about the worst draw you could have gotten.
Too late now.
Take the wider Ishan 10. Might just be willing to call this down. And there's our Tempai. Will Dama Pinfudora 2.
Arisawa.
And that's just an Onko. Should just reach you the 5 here.
It's also a Tempai.
Oh, the 4. Yep, there it is. That's going to be the 4.
I could also cut the 6, but the 6 is a little closer to Dora.
Yeah, it's by the Dora. It's not as great, and I would absolutely Sumiguri chase here. I wouldn't even think about anything else. Instead, folds.
Probably because of her team score, but in this game, I don't know if you want to lose any more ground, especially to last place here.
It is a last place dealer Riichi, which never feels good.
Right.
But this is one of those that because the decision was made last turn, it's just sticking with it.
Oh, Arisawa is still Tenpai here.
Yeah.
She still can run. Oh, but now she really
And
is
yeah,
starting
giving it
to
up.
fold. Can still turn it back around. It's not completely.
Oh,
out of the
well, that's
woods.
just Tenpai. I imagine you just chase.
This
Riichi
has
plus
one
1. You're at 31-2.
This is the dealer though.
This is rough.
Facing
I
off against the
Riichi because
dealer.
when I don't know what to do, I like Riichi.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to play around. So
There
she
it
agrees.
is. Riichi, Dora 1, 2-5 mon.
What a draw! 6, 7, 8. It's too late for that.
So it's 3-6 versus 2-5. Lower Monzu, scary. There's another 5 pulled in. And it's Tenpai again.
Yeah, it worked out for Arisawa here. It worked out really well. Just not for Nakazato.
Right, so it feels really bad we have all those 5s, but it's clear.
Mm.
And the 8 doesn't feel great here, again, because you have all those 5s. It means the 5-8's an in-demand tile. With how the hand's played, I expect a break, but I'd shove. Of course, I'd have been in Tenpai at least 4 different times already. And he'd
This is
Riichi for that
definitely a
matter.
tough spot.
Yep. Yeah, it gets out, says, you know what, it's fine. There's the 5. It is the wrong suit, though.
Another man, this could
And
have
now we're back
almost
into
been.
Ishan 10.
It could have been 4 concealed triplets too long ago.
Yeah, and now we see the 8, and you go, oh, well, I guess that was clear. Oops. West is
what
not it.
is.
One so that is not Tenpai. Nine, again, not it. 3-6 versus 2-5. Very easy to remember. June, a red one, but not the Monzu.
Where are these tiles? That's not it either.
Risa, are we going to see a con?
Just to deny draws for the other players?
That would be the consideration. Or just to get another draw yourself. You also know the Tuso is really safe now.
Yeah, pretty safe indeed.
It's 100% safe. You see all the 3s, and there's a 2 on our left.
Right.
Tuso is 100% safe.
But you don't want to open up Condora and then have them sumo it, even if you
No,
have
and then they
the same
sumo.
tile.
Then you regret it. Instead, just going to cut the 8. One pin is not it. This, I believe, is the last draw.
Yeah, I believe so.
And it's a miss.
Tenpai.
See the 3-6, and they see the 2-5. 1,500 each.
Yeah, 2 pretty solid hands that would have been worth quite a bit here had they won.
Instead, they're worth a net of 500 points as they both lose their 6 into the middle.
Hmm.
And get the wall going.
Yeah, this is still a very close game. And we're only halfway
It is.
done.
We're only in South One. Oh, nice 3-pin there for the Penchun fill. I liked it so much, got another.
Wonderful CE Pico. The pure double sequence.
It's going to be hard with this. Feels like a 7 so really opens the hand, but until then, it's just going to get stuck.
Right.
Because you do have the overlap with shapes in that area. We have a 3-mon as a floater, better here. Just bunch of mediocre Pinfu hands. Just everyone has a mediocre Pinfu hand. Oh, well, no, I take that back. Now we have a Dora pair up Yakuhai. Pawn and go. The problem is every other shape in the hand is terrible.
Yeah, and we don't often see our players discarding that Dora too much. So it's probably
Well, if you
only going to
get it
come
at
out
this
later.
point, you might throw it just because it's early.
True. Well, these players have not
But
been that willing to do that.
no. Again, the game's been really close throughout, but with Takashima as fourth place in dealer, that there's an incentive to just shove.
Right.
Billy Shunton here would be Richinomi. The 4 allows some shifting. We'll cut this off for now. Speaking of south, never feels good when you cut one draw on the next turn. And this feels like it's going to be a Richinomi. Ends up oncoing up the 9 pin.
Yeah, although still pretty scary for all players. The Red Dragons, the remaining 2 are still in the wall. 2 copies of
Gets rid of the
Dora.
9, so moves us down towards possible Tanyao. Oh, ew. Again, I said earlier the hand had a tune pair and a bunch of ugly shapes. And you know what it has at the end of the first row? A tune pair and a bunch of ugly shapes.
Yeah, the Dora doesn't come out from Mizutani, so still no Chun triplet.
Yeah, just holding it for the Riichi would be Richinomi good weight on either of them.
In fact, Mizutani still doesn't even have a pair outside of the Chuns, the Red
Yeah, no,
Dragons.
it's genuinely terrible hand. I think it's
This is
triple
not
Ryokan
helping.
now.
We might see the Dora come out, but
Well, that is now Ishunten, not the ideal one.
yeah. Even that doesn't help that much, that 4 pin.
No, you're not
It's
thrilled with
something.
any of these options.
Mizutani will be Tempai when she discards that Dora, for better or worse.
Possible Ipeco shift, you cut 5 show or even 5 pin, but instead it is throw it back. 4 pin, similarly, could have taken the Ipeco, but keeping the 3-5-7 Ryokan.
I wonder if Arisawa even calls the Dora triplet here. Feels like you gotta, but her hand is just
Yeah,
not
but at the
going
same
anywhere.
time, it's one that's pretty hopeless. You call it in hopes you can just immediately start calling other stuff.
Yeah, but especially if Mizutani reaches on the
Oh, a
Dora
bit of a
discard.
backfire there on that 4 cut.
Yeah.
Decided to keep the Ryokan
finally
instead of the
some
floating
help.
4 with the Ipeco and immediately got the 3. Well, just 6-8 or the 9-7? That's the 2. I don't like that. I want to shift down towards 2-3-4 Sanchico in case the tune does get held. At least gives me a route to open Yakudora 2. 3 so going to get thrown back.
Oh, more
8
help.
pin.
This
Okay,
is
well that was
amazing.
definitely it. Now he's Shunten.
Wonder...
Which Ryokan do you want to break? I mean, I know which one you want to break. Just lock in that Sanzo, right?
Exactly. We saw one just come out, so surely another one will be discarded. Breaks it in the other direction, though.
Opposite. Right in your heart.
There's no red 5.
Oh, and there
out
was
goes
the
the
3 so in the wall, but it wasn't there. 1 mon is a miss. The advantage of this is it does allow you to shift up to the 4-5-6 Sanshoku.
That's true.
But now we have the problem that you have a tune in this hand that's E-shunted for Richinomi. Oh, there goes the first tune. There's the pawn.
Yeah,
Now it's actually headless here. Which one do you take? I think 4 mon is the normal cut here. But everything's bad. Cuts the 6.
We can see
Oh, there are 2
Arisawa.
6s out for his donkey. It's terrible.
Arisawa
Well, you know the tune's safe.
She was gingerly calling the Dora. That is like
Yeah,
one
just
of the
look
most
away, everyone.
timid
Ignore
calls
the
of
fact that I
3
just took Dora 3.
Yeah.
There's our Tempai Riichi Pinfu on 4-7 so.
Yeah, Takashima's got to make her hand count, and now we have
And
another
there's our
Tempai.
Chi. It's going to be Tempai on 4 so.
What a battle.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah, Nakazato
not going to throw
out.
that 7, so it's 4-7 versus 4.
Only thing is Takashima's positioning is such that she will head bump any of the other two players discarding the 4-so. And of course she has the wider weight, so she wins on 7-so. So not a good spot
Yeah,
for
you wouldn't
Arisawa right
expect a
now.
4-show to come out here anyway.
That's fair.
And there's just a fold.
That also means if Arisawa ever discards the 4-so, she's going to deal in.
That's the one you have to really worry about, is if Arisawa says, well, I think I have a better weight. Believe me, no, you don't.
Yeah, not exactly a better weight there.
Well, even if you get like 6 pin, then you just deal in. Because you'd have to keep the 369, wouldn't you?
It does feel like that, unless you're playing very safely. Especially, this is a dealer Riichi still, even though you have a lot of Dora. Ooh.
Well, there's your upgrade.
It's
410.
10,
410. It'll go back.
Yeah.
It's fine. The 5 was not cheat because, of course, the 7 was broken a few turns ago, so no reason to call it down. Sumo, reach Sumo Pinfu.
Oh, May's
no
bar.
Dora, but 13 all, plus 3 Riichi, 6 and 2 Homba.
May Takashima making a big comeback. Not quite in first yet.
Yeah, 1,500 all and the sticks. And Takashima says, I'm not done yet. In second place, May's bar. Definitely getting that logo out there. This is where you might actually be a little more careful with the hair.
That's our job to say May's bar enough
Fill
time
out, yes.
that everyone will know what's underneath her hair on the shirt.
So we have a
open.
Hatsu pair and maybe a Honitsu, but probably just regular hand. Can accept a Dora. This is a Pinfu hand, nothing fancy here. Similarly, Pinfu hand, a much better one. 6 pin, 8 pin would really help. And maybe a Tanyao, maybe even a Riichi Pinfu Tanyao. Hatsu Anko.
And Dora is one of bamboos this time, so not usable in a Tanya kind of hand. But with the scores this close, our players might just be trying to win and move the dealer on, especially Mizutani.
Yeah, Mizutani just wants to move the game around. Arisawa similarly might just want to take a cheap hand here. You'll need points at some point, but you definitely don't want Takashima going off.
This is already the third repeat counter, the third Homba.
Well, that's just it. 3 repeats, including a win Sumo on the last hand, and still only in second place, only 600 above start.
Oh, Mizutani's making this hand work. She does have that Dora, that 1-so, so decent value. Maybe a Pinfu as well for even more value.
9-so. Well, now you have a Penchon, and we'll just cut the 7 pin floater. He's not going to do anything here. Question, do we hold a safe towel over the 8? And the answer is yes. 4-so. Well, now it's
That
just
is Tempai.
Tempai. Yeah, reach
Slams the
Dora
reach.
1, easy slam.
Gotta get the points
2
here.
5-so.
I mean, there was the option of playing closed Tempai, but there's still a lot of game to play. I think you take the value.
If this were 39-2, I think Mizutani would Dama, but you just want the points here. And again, it's not like her team got first place in the first game.
Right.
So they do not have much of a score. That's 6.5 coming in.
Mrs. Ipatsu, very
Kupin,
close.
Ishanten does not take it though. And the 5-so is pretty dead. That's at least 3 of them being used. East is pretty useless here. Yeah, in the South round, you don't expect non-dealer to be waiting on East. And if they are, it's okay, take your dumb points. Especially with 1 out. It's like, okay, it's a cheat toy, whatever. 2 out. Oh no, it was dead.
777s here.
Ishan 10. 5. Again, can try and slide this into the 3-4-5 Sanjoku. Tuso, that is one of the tiles that is needed, now has 3 of them. We see 2 more here. And that's just Tempai. Riichi Nomi, 5-8mon.
We've got a battle. We have a battle. This is first and second place overall, actually, with this Riichi battle. Trying to shut down Mei's dealer, Takashima's dealer
Yes,
turn.
neither are dealer here, but good way Tempai is good way Tempai.
Yeah, I don't think Takashima's going to be able to make her way out of this one.
Yeah, you don't really want to fold your last dealer, but at the same time, what's your other choice?
She threw the 6 pin though.
Through the
She's
6,
not
I'd have
completely
folded.
safe.
I think it's just because she can't afford to have another game where her team takes a hit. But that's just, it's bad. It's
Yeah,
really
these
bad.
shapes are not good.
Now, yes, the 2 Riichi sticks and the 3 Holba are juicy, but sometimes it's just not there. 1 so, and this is where you end up pushing. You'll push the 2 so in. Oh, there's Dora. That's one where you just feel, okay, good, it passed.
Ooh. Maybe Takashima will be able to discard it as well from the dealer position. Although she kind of wants to use the 1 too, so. But it is a safe tile if she needs it. Will
The
we
9
see
is
that
safe,
too? So
I think.
you forecasted. Oh, just really safe.
9's not 100% safe. It's safe to 1. Just nothing left. Oh, well, that's Tempai. Can Dama here even reach you waiting on 8mon? Now, this is Nakazato. You have to take a fight. The question is, you're going to take an upgrade or you just throw the stick in here. There are a ton of upgrades, but a lot of them are 14. No, gives up. Really does not like the 9s, though. Nine Mon is also missed. Gets a 2 here. This was a fairly wide Ishun 10. Kutsuki here, but it's just not happening. If you're not willing to take at least a Dama Tempai on the last one, you're not going to take this one. June's a miss. There's the 5. That's going to do it. The cheap hand, or was cheap, at least gets 1 Ura there. And Arisawa will pick up 26 plus 900 plus 2 sticks. And you know how we've played a bunch of hands and the score is just within 2,000?
It's so close now. Look at these scores. I was just mentioning how it was enough to get out of last. But because of the person it came from, and Mizutani had also thrown a Riichi stick in, her first place is... It still exists, but there's only 100 points left of it.
Yes, well, it is very close all of a sudden. Again, just the Oka with the rule set here worth so much. We're going to see a North call, maybe even a Honitsu. 1 pin comes out as the 4. 1-4 is pretty useless to have both. 6-0, well, that completes the run with a 6-6, or the 6-7-8-9-9. 2 pin is a good floater.
Yeah, could Nakazato
Haku pair up, can call and go. That is Dora as well.
Could Nakazato
I
find
feel that's
a
the
way
question.
out
When
here?
does this Haku come out?
Oh,
1-1, not going to be any use. Likes the floater.
The Dora are very interesting in this hand. It's going to hinge on
And going to
where
hold
these
the Dora
Dora
for a
go.
little bit longer. Wants to get rid of the other honors first. And this hand just wants to be holding it too. That is the North player, I believe. So that is Yakuhai. That has been called. Tumon fills in the shape there with the
That's
1, 2, 3, also the
beautiful.
4, 6. The question is, you cut the 2 here, the 9, or the 7? We'll cut the 9 for now. That is the best route to Tanyao, but you're allowed to pair up the 6-mon in order to pull that off.
Still nobody
Or
tempai. Feels like someone should be tempai right now with the way the early hands went, but not yet. It is still early though. Lots of tiles left in the wall.
Could go 1-mon, 6-mon, 2-pin, or either of the so's. Yeah, I like the 1 along. The attention is Tanyao Sanjuku with the 2, 3, 4. 6 connects to the 5, at least moves the hand a little bit forward. Still has that load Haku to get rid of at some point, though. And I see the 8-pin will keep the 2, 3 in the offsuit, so maybe not brute forcing the Honitsu. 6-0 allows a shift. You would lose the 4, 5, 6 Sanjuku round. Could also go 2-pin instead. Instead, does just go with the 4.
I think that's good
6,
enough
6,
here.
10, another Kanchan. Ugh. Could go 2-pin, could go Haku, could go 9-so, 9-so. I think I like 2-pin the best, and yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I think Tanya, open calling Tanya here is a little too slow.
Ooh, 8-so, that's a nice fill.
Keeps 2-3,
It's
really.
now Ishan 10, not really playing Honitsu anymore.
Yeah, really relying on that west wind to make this hand work.
2-mon pair up doesn't do much, you go back. You can cut the 2, but at the same time, the 3 is such a beautiful draw if you ever hit it.
I agree.
8's pretty
But
useless.
it's a big if. It's definitely a big if here.
No, it is, but you take what you can get.
Where are these west
1 pin,
winds?
and there's... And now that 1-4 is actually looking really bad.
Still, both west winds buried in the wall right now. Both of the remaining, and
There's
a
a
Dora
Haku.
instead. Oh,
That is Dora. There goes the Dora, and there goes the Pone. Says, hey, I was looking for that. Thanks.
Not Tempai though, but it is the dealer.
Ishan 10. And that is Tempai. Oh, that is a hideous Tempai.
It's 4-7.
That is the
only?
classic 4-7 weight.
I don't know how classic this is. This is one of those awkward
where you have 5 of your outs and it says, you don't even want it.
Yeah, not even taking it.
Now a 6-mon Donkey, which might actually come out here, but no, we'll cut the other Haku.
Good read, good read. Yeah, that's not that great either. Maybe
It
for the
does give
future.
you a Keiko route.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you draw 9, so you'll take Riichi Nomi or Riichi Pinfu, and that's not great. I don't mind just throwing this back. There is also the disgusting 6-mon Riichi, which will let you be a Suji Trap Donkey, but I don't like that. Again, I've seen people who will do that.
Oh, what a draw for Takashima.
Gets to the 1-4 Tempai in Pinzu. Wanted the Honitsu, but it just never got there. The backfire on the 6, of course it comes out after you discard it.
Yeah, although sometimes it only comes out because you discarded it. But there it was.
By sometimes you mean always, yes. Three pin could switch to it, but likes the 1-4. They had 3 1s out and a 4, so it's not that good a weight. Now, this is actually kind of a disgusting weight. I might actually just take the Shot Donkey, but instead, there's the deal in.
Yeah, that almost looked
Shot
like...
Donkey would be a really tragic weight here. We see that.
It looked like an evasive, right? An evasive discard.
Yeah, that was I didn't want to deal into the Honitsu, and no, it was just 1 Han. Okay, cool, whatever. The problem is with where the scores as they are, 1,300 points is a lot. Drops you all the way to 3rd place.
Yeah, 2 more hands. 2 more hands to make something happen.
Mizutani off that deal and will be first dealer. Or the first discard as dealer. We'll see the Dora eventually.
Eventually.
It looks like it's 5 pin.
Indeed.
Kind of a pair-based hand, not a great one. You're definitely looking for something better than that. This at least has a Hatsu pair, maybe call and go. This is a bad Pinfu hand, maybe 79 Sanjiku. Doesn't even consider it. Throws the 9 right off the start. And the interesting 1-1-1-1-2. So you could get Penchon or you could con at some point. Also possible Ipeiko with a 5-so draw.
I think a 5-so draw would be beautiful for anybody who picks it up. Not the Dora here, as in previous
1-so
hands.
pair up, yeah, not going to be it.
Oh, 6 got to be good
We start
enough.
thinking about Stadanko route.
Yeah, 6 has got to be good enough. Not as good.
You'll
but
take it.
Yeah.
Another pair there with a 3-pin. Not really a Chi-Toy hand, though. South doesn't do anything here. I mean, I said we'd see Dora, but the graphics guy, it's not doing his job well.
We know it's 5-pin though.
Yes,
No
we could
con
actually see
here.
the dial ourselves.
No con here, but also not keeping the 4th copy around of the 1-mon.
6, ooh, that is very nice upgrades. Rian Shunta now. There it goes. That you could actually just justify a con here. The shapes are bad, though. That would be the argument against it. But we saw the one
Yes.
cut, so you cannot con any longer. Wasn't even considering a con.
Yeah, it's too late for that now. Con could
The
change
9-so
things a
completes the
lot
shape.
because the
Well,
scores
especially
are so close.
terminal cons, it's 32 Fu.
Yes.
That's a Han by itself. It's something that's drastically undervalued.
Yeah, as long as
There's
you don't
kind of
have
this
manga,
thing
yeah.
where everyone's like, "Oh, cons are terrible," and it's one of those things where everyone starts off, cons are great, and then as they advance, cons are terrible, and then they get to like expert level. All of a sudden, cons aren't quite as bad as you think they are.
Yeah. How come the pair of 9s? Well, one of the 9-mon so far.
7 pair up, another one. That's 4 pairs. A 7 here gets it back. Had got the 7 for the Ryunkon shape.
Excess tile is finally
back in now.
discarded. But Mizutani not calling 6, 7, 8 there.
Ishan 10 will cut. Oh no, doesn't take it. Not a believer in the Hatsu. There is one out, so it's not a great potential wait.
I
but
think there were
like
actually
it.
2 out. That's probably what happened.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
the second one. It just was the second discard.
So she did not like that wait. She could have used it as a pair in the end, but decided didn't want that. Not worth enough.
No, I only see
Fu.
2 discard and 1 still in hand.
Yeah, I think she discarded one of them though herself. Yeah, right there.
A 4. Oh, it feels really bad. You have that 5 in your pawn now.
Hopefully it doesn't
that's-
become 30-10 later.
Yeah. 9 so is a miss. 3 mon is a miss. But will be called down here. Pawn for Tanyao Ishanten. Needs 3-pin and 6-so. This Takashima was saying, you know what? Even if it's just 27-9, I'll take first going into last hand.
Yeah, there's not much time left. Oh, but there can't be any more green dragons. I thought the north was a green dragon for a second. It looked similar, but there aren't any left. No, that's still
That
not
is now
Tempai.
Ishanten.
Yeah.
Juso pair up. Ugh. I feel 1 pin's the normal cut here. You could go 6, but it's also right by door. You really don't want to. Could even throw the 1-2-2. 7-so pair up. I mean, you just cut the Hatsu here, don't you?
Probably. Nope.
No.
Safe
cut
tile
the
is a
9.
safe tile.
Well, it's a safe tile. The problem is with the scores as they are, Tempai payments are going to kill you here.
Yeah.
You really have to be Tempai. This is still Ishanten. It's now headless. You can't cut the 4-so here and go headless. And that is the plan. 8-so, well, there's your fill. And I'd like to be Peiko Tempai now on the 8, though, but with the cut last turn, still stuck in Ishanten. Does not want to throw that 4. Oh, and now you just Riichi, probably the 3. Instead, we'll Riichi the 1, figuring it's safer. This is Riichi Dora 1, 5-8 mon. Dealer, of course. Or not dealer, it's North player. Well, you had the Hatsu for a reason. You're
Finally
always throwing
gone.
it now.
Finally used for its intended purpose. But there's still quite a few tiles left in the wall, so that safety's not going to last till the end of the round.
And you see the draw there, and everyone, oh no, it's just a con. Wait, just a con. Lows, the 7 mon, not it. It's the 5-8. Speaking of 8s. And now the 7 is a Dora, so that con hand has a Dora in it now.
This is super tense. She's holding her best poker face. Trying not to crack
9
here.
is safe.
Yeah, 9 is close to the new Condor 7-1.
Moves the Ishanten, can call this down potentially. But pushing the 2 or the 4 doesn't feel great. And that's a fold.
Ooh.
Niche doesn't look bad, does it? I mean, it might. Well, we already discarded one ourselves. I don't think it looks bad. It'd be one thing if it were discarded like turn 2, but it was discarded turn 8.
Oh, it was bad enough for Nakazato.
No, getting out. 5, I believe that's a deal-in tile.
Yep. That's a really tough spot. Takashima's been trying to push here a lot. She's pushed last time, ended up dealing in. She got her points back. But if she does it again this time, it's going to be very costly.
I kind of like, so yeah, there it goes.
This time, okay.
Sees it as well. 6 being another pair up, but that's just a fold anyway. Yeah, just 2 players pretty much folding. Oh, well.
It feels a little late. You have 2 really dangerous isolated tiles, the 5-mon and the 4-pin. She's going to keep moving, though.
Yeah, not giving up on it completely. Want 2 more draws?
Ooh, I don't think that helps.
Well, doesn't matter. 3 so safe.
Using the 4 so here.
Yeah. And we will see the Tempai there. Only 1 player Tempai, Arisawa, just from Tempai payments into first place, going into all last. The Purge to catch, remember, there's 1,300 in the middle, so you don't need as many points as it looks like. Nakazato, of course, there is no Agariame, so even if you get first here as Nakazato, you still have to keep playing it out. There is, of course, also not a 30k requirement to win, so any first is good enough.
Yep, so Arisawa just has to win anything, and because her team was in first coming into this, that would be a huge
basically punch
second
a ticket
game
to the next round.
Yeah, after this entire seesaw of a game, up and down, by the time we got to South 2, everyone was back to 25,000. They haven't really gotten far from that spot either here. This is still anybody's game to win.
Certainly, with how close this game is, this looks like Pinfu hand 7-mon would really help. This is maybe an Itsu, especially with that 2-mon. I definitely want to go Itsu with it, and Arisawa doesn't even care if it's 1 Han that's good enough. 3-mon pair. Yeah, I can't really use these, though.
Yeah, of course.
West pair, just efficiency, see what happens.
As you mentioned, Nakazato will probably have to win once and at least defend once. Probably have to win twice, honestly.
Yeah, unless it's a big win for the first. 7-mon connects, 5, 6, 7 Sancho looking pretty good. We'll go ahead and cut the 5.
That's a big one.
8 mon. Well, that actually completes the shape here.
That is
Could
good.
even move towards
The flush,
Honitsu, cutting
yeah.
6 pin. Could
Wonder
also go
if
with the 1, just keep the shapes as wide as possible.
Arisawa is technically winning right now, so I don't think she needs to go for anything big here.
2 pins a miss, thrown back immediately. 3 mon. Oh, well,
Huge.
that's just Tempai, isn't it?
It
Yeah, it
is. It's not great.
Do
Are
you
you gonna
dare
put your
slam
life on
this?
it?
No.
No, she's not gonna risk
Especially
it
since
all
you
on
can
there.
just take a Honitsu, potentially. You can even call this down to where you don't have to win like that.
Yeah.
I feel if it were just locked in, I'd still take it anyway.
Hmm.
But with how things are...
Oh,
well,
a different
this is good enough.
Tempai?
This I
North
really
weight?
like slamming.
No, it doesn't like this one either.
No.
She might even be going for the half flush, so she doesn't have to.
Yeah, it looks like
call
I'm
anything.
only
No
going for
Riichi.
Honitsu.
Yeah.
That's the only way I
But
would throw something. Now,
it
this
gives
is
Nakazato
Ishunten
time
can
to catch up for sure. Nakazato's hand is one
potentially
away.
pulling the West or the 1 for Otozuki 567.
Hmm.
4 doesn't do anything. Might cut the 5 mon instead, but instead throws the 4 back.
Oh, there she
7,
is!
there it is!
One away.
Riichi
Reach!
Sanshoku.
One door at least.
Yeah, 1 Dora. So...
Oh, that's that one mon.
yeah, that's
doesn't
confirmed.
come.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
Doesn't
Sanshoku,
come
1
out.
mon or Shaw.
Oh, and there's Shaw. There's both
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
of them. The player's really good at dodging the winning tiles, though. At least for now.
Riichi Sanshoku Dora. It is confirmed Mangan.
How long can they hold on to these deal-in tiles?
That is such a disgusting wait.
Oh,
In South 4 in a game this tight.
yeah. This might be the hand that's big enough. Oh, a call's been made. It's
There's the
done!
1! Riichi Sanshoku Dora. There's your Mangan.
Hoorah!
The aura's an extra. It doesn't make any difference. It's 12,000 either way. Plus the 2 Homba and the 1 Homba and the 2 Riichi sticks. And Nakazato now way out in front. That Takashima may end up effectively eliminating her team after this.
Ooh,
You're gonna see that yellow number. It's getting rough.
it's a tough call here, but as you mentioned, you cannot stop after winning when you're the dealer in all last. So we are gonna have to go
this is one
again.
where if I'm playing, if I have the option, I am ending this second.
Right.
2.8 is a great place to be after 2 games.
I wonder if time is gonna be called as well on the table, because then you can end on a win, which is a little bit of an advantage there for the dealer. But we have been playing for
This is
a while.
a great starting hand with a Pinfu and a Dora pair up potential. Tons of value there. We see the Chun Pon. And that is Arisawa saying, you know what? Second is fine. It's fine. And with where her team is, where her map is, just take your second.
Yep. Makes perfect sense to me. And not much slack here left for Takashima. Nakazato already very close to Tempai as well. Arisawa's already made the
very
call.
Nice. Now we have a Haku Anko.
Yeah, so all the other players moving fast. Oh my goodness.
8. That is now Tempai. We'll go ahead and Riichi. This is Riichi Pinfu Dora 1 360. As Nakazato says, I'm not done yet. Ooh. The 6 there completes a shape there. You can move this to double floater 2 away. Whereas, no, this is Kutsuki Ishunten. We have a 5-mon pair.
Yeah, was
So
Arisawa
you got the 9
one that...
pin or the Haku and continue.
She's gonna fold.
No, just folds.
Yeah.
Hard fold.
Ooh.
No one wants to stare down the dealer here. I imagine Takashima doesn't really have an option and they just have to push.
I agree with you here. Only 1 game left after this.
But Arisawa wants nothing to do with it, and Mizutani is not thrilled with this, but it's fine as long as you stay third.
The hard part for Takashima is not only does she have to face down the early dealer Riichi, she has to make a Mangan at least to try and get out of last. So that's twice of a problem. 2
Let's see, is a
times.
Mongon Roan is not enough.
Yeah.
But it has to be a Mongon Sumo because of the payments, or directed, of course, from Mizutani or Arisawa.
Yeah, to at least just get out of 4th. She's doing her best here, but she is still playing a little bit safe. She's not going full offense. 4, 5, 6.
So not gonna challenge directly. Of course, haven't got Haku, and probably cutting the third one on the next draw.
Oh, that's a Dora connection though. That's huge for Takashima. She might be able to do this.
What you need. And the 4 so clear, so the 4, 7 are likely to come out, but the 7 is Dora. It may not get shoved simply because it's Dora. There's our Sumo. Doesn't matter. Reach Sumo, Pinfu, or a 1. Well, that's just Mongon. And Nakazato says, I'm not trapped with you, which is kind of how it looked at the start of South 4. It's, you're trapped with me.
Ooh, what? Look at that. Her team's in 2nd place. Her team is in 2nd place.
Yes, and this is important because it means that...
Oh, the big eyes!
Now... Oh, that's a time notification. I don't know if they're saying this is the you have a +1 now.
Oh, she looks elated. She's putting the stick away. It's over. Time has been called, so...
The time was called with maybe 5 seconds left in the hand, and that's the end. Nakazato, big winner, 58.7. Arisawa says that was not the plan, but I guess I'll take it. 2.7. Mizutani, minus 20.8. And Takashima, it's just probably over at this point.
Yeah, that is not the announcement that Takashima wanted to hear.
No. Ooh, that's one. You continue the hand, and then it hit its end, and everyone's like, wait, what? Oh, okay.
Ooh. That was quite an ending. You know, we mentioned that the dealer doesn't get that advantage of being able to stomp after winning. But, you know, sometimes when the timer runs out, you do get that advantage. Sometimes it does mean your last dealer, like, you never get it at all, though. So, there's pluses and minuses to having the time limit on the game. But it works out here for Nakazato.
Yeah, big explosion there at the end. Got nothing, and then just hits it in South 4.
Yep, twice even. 2 huge hands. Ooh-wee.
All right. Well, I think we are looking for a commentator change. I've done a couple games, and I think Jenn is back.
Back?
She, of course, does our preparations and such. So we were talking to her not too long ago, but I hope you got some rest at least.
Yeah, well, the game ended a little bit earlier than I expected. I think maybe there's a little bit less intro time today, so I made it just in time. But 2 games in a row, maybe the first time for Corak on this.
Yeah, I usually do the last games and wrap us up, but I am going to take off. Good luck, and I hope the third game is as exciting as the first 2.
And thank you for your commentary, Corak, and have a good day off. A productive day off.
I was so excited to hear Corak and Chiral together for the first time, and also Corak and Tipzntrix is like my favorite combo ever. So it was good morning while I was waiting for my turn.
Good morning over there in Japan. The JPML Pro Jenn, actually a player in the Sankei Shimbun Cup.
Formally. Well, for this season, formally.
Yeah,
our team did not advance.
It was so close at the end. You had the closest group of all the groups.
Yeah, probably the closest 3rd place. Yeah. We didn't make the what do you call it?
The wild card.
Wild card, yeah, wild card or anything. But it's a good run. It was an exciting game for sure, the last one.
Yeah, and we've had some exciting games here in these playoffs. Both games have been up and down all the way through. This most recent game, we're going into South 4 with nobody above 30,000 points. last dealer able to pull it off. Everybody else wanted another hand, but the time had been called. Tough having time even in the playoff games, right?
Yeah. I think they must have. I think usually they get here time beforehand, so I don't know what happened there. But good morning, Reiwa in the chat. Played with Reiwa Magi over at the dojo last week. Yeah. Said good morning in the chat, so I'm responding good morning.
Yeah, Ray was been wide awake early in the morning. I guess that's jet lag.
Yeah, it is easier to wake up early when you come from that side.
But here we are.
Alright, so table C.
Take it away.
Table C, game 3. So each team is playing 3 games. We saw the first game of table 1, table A, and the second game of table B. Now we're going to see the third games of all the players. So the remaining 4 games are all going to be decision games. This is where it's going to decide who moves up and who moves down. You'll be able to see the team totals on the overlay when the game starts. But our first dealer is Sayaka Okada from JPML, also an M-leaguer from the Sakura Knights team. The South Sea is Emi Sugimura from NicoNico team. She is basically a veteran of, I think she's been pro longer than me even. West seat will be Yuka Endo from RMU, playing for Team Endorphin, relatively new player. And then the north seat will be Risa Harikae, who we saw a lot in the individual playoffs as well, I believe.
Yes,
playing for
that's correct.
ML Stadium from the Nihon Pro Mahjong Kyokai Association organization.
All right, with those introductions, we are going to get game 3 underway, the deciding match for these teams. Of course, all of our other teams will be playing their deciding matches, but unfortunately, only one can be broadcast. So good luck to all of them, and good luck to...
Yeah, for A and B, that's true for A and B, but we will see all the other teams tomorrow.
So stay tuned, like and subscribe, thumbs up for the stream. And make sure to subscribe to the channel. This is it's a marathon run. We have 4 days in a row: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Let's do it.
Yeah. It's kind of exciting. I like that kind of like it's like a gashku, like a retreat. Everyone has to pitch in, and then and it's virtual, but everyone has to pitch in, and then we all work together and achieve something at the end. Look at all the other teams.
Everyone's in here for game 3.
That would be table A and B, and I think probably table E is playing their second game. Second game, and the others are playing their third game.
And the face so commonly seen, our first dealer on M League, Sayaka Okada for Little Hair Salon, opening us up. We're back to her hand now. She's just been discarding some honors so far. Looks like a Pinfu Tanya, an inside sequence-based kind of hand. Rest of our players also looking for sequences. Ooh, very nice for Endo here. Endo seems to be 1 away. Harikae in the north seat, a little bit further.
You can see on the overlay, so currently in first place is ML Stadium team.
ML Stadium on the
plus
right.
42.6. Yeah, and second place is Little, 26.7, third place. Oh, they changed it.
Yep, it's because Endo has just reached, which means she's lost 1,000 points, which temporarily puts her team in last place. But her team was in last place. Team Endorphin was in last place going into this final game. They have a lot of room to do. Hopefully this little injection of luck here for Endorphin in East 1 gets them off on the right foot.
Yeah, so coming into the game, NicoNico is third with 11.9, and Endorphin was fourth with minus 57.4, and those totals will change based on reach or any other scores that are exchanged during the game.
We can see Harikae here has 3 Dora, but her hand is just not close to Tenpai. Endo, who is in Riichi, does still have 1 Dora and Pinfu, so there's definitely value to be had here, even if Harikae is holding most of the Dora. Harikae draws a pair here, 7-mon. That does get her closer to Tenpai, and with so much value, we might see it. Okada as the dealer. That's solid. A lot of different Yaku there. Twin Sequence, Pinfu, Tanyao. Oh, another reach. We got to open up with a 3-way Riichi battle. This 4-7-mon weight isn't looking that good, but interestingly enough, that does
All
mean...
here in Harikae's hand.
That does mean she has a Tamahane. She will head bump Endo, our first Riichi player, out of any 4-7-mons that come out from the other players, like Harikae here.
Well, if it comes out from Harikae, then Okada will get the head bump, and if it comes out from Sugimura, then Endo will get the head bump. It came out.
Both players called Roan. No,
Right.
see, this is Sugimura.
Oh,
That's what I was
sorry.
saying. Sugimura was ahead of Endo. Sugimura had the 4-7 weight. Okada had a different weight. The overlay hadn't updated
Right.
with Sugimura's Riichi
That's
yet.
right, yeah. Sorry, that was my confusion. It came out right away. It was all like the 4 was floating that didn't stick to anything, and
Yeah.
she 3 reaches. She had to
just-
find something safe to everyone. It was really early in the hand still.
It's pretty aggressive. It feels like. I mean, I guess Harikae... I don't know. M League Stadium is ahead, though, so maybe unnecessary. But maybe she didn't have a safe tile against all 3 players. A little hard to perform that kind of tactical analysis with the camera angles here. But it does seem like it was a pretty aggressive maneuver. Tuso being the Dora this time. Endo... again, lucky to collect a bunch of Tuso, but the luck did not come through for her last time. Sugimura head bumping her, very unfortunate for her. We'll see if it comes through this time. She is in the South Seas, so she can cash in those Dora with a call on South. I assume it's going to happen here. Whoa! South goes through! South goes through! Is she going for 7 pairs? You think 7 pairs? Oh, that's weird. You got 2 Dora, and you're just going to let the South through?
Yeah, with 2 Dora, I think you'll often see a call there, but it could be that there's a couple weights that are really rough in there, and she wants to not be forced into making a difficult decision, so she'll let the hand and her draws make it for her before she makes that call.
You know, a lot of players will say, let the second one
There's
come,
one.
but
There's one.
the second one doesn't always come. That does fill it in.
Filled in the better way, yeah. I think it's more about that, not necessarily letting the South come, but filling in some of the poor weights first, or improving the weights before making calls for the hand. So a lot of times you'll call that and then get stuck later with just bad weights and end up dealing into other players. So it could be she was thinking about something like that.
We're moving forward here in this East 2 hand. Progress has started to slow a little bit. Of course, Okada's hand, the furthest behind, is the easiest to progress. Let's see where she goes. Looking at a possible 7 pairs here. Assume that's what her decision-making process is now. She'll keep the most efficient
hedges
tiles.
both.
Yeah, and she's calling, I believe that was her Yakuhai pair, so she can go whichever way now. But not 7 pairs. Cuts a 5 from a 5-7, breaks that shape. Does not like the 6-mon weight.
And yeah, good thing she doesn't, because Sugimura has another pair of them in her hand.
Right.
And also making a decision here. Possible all pairs. There's a possible three-sided way if you keep the 2 bamboo, even though she'll be footy then waiting for the 1.
Yeah, I think our players are definitely taking their time to think about it.
And look at this one away for Endo.
Both of the first 2 broadcast games went to time. The first one did technically finish, like it ended in South 4, and the game actually ended. Our second game, it went to time and was actually interrupted. Did not have its natural finish, but both games had gone to time, so I think our players definitely making sure they're making the best mahjong moves possible, at least to them. This is an interesting draw here. Okada really not discarding the red dragon. There's 1 out on the table. I wonder if she wants to use it as a pairweight. So we do lose the Dora here, and we don't get South as a Yakuhai. But it is Riichi for Endo. Once again, first Riichi. This is the second time in a row Endo's been the first Riichi. First time she got head bumped. Nobody's there to head bump her right now. Hopefully she can get it. Actually, Sugimura might again be able to head bump her depending on which 7 pairs weight she takes. Oh, Okada I think has a deal-in tile now. Doesn't throw it though. Uses the safer red dragon Chun. Dora even from Sugimura, because it's the Riichi tiles discarded. And how come the red dragons? Harikae did not call the red dragon. Interesting position there. Our players jostling around this Riichi. Harikae discarding the safe pair. Okada
I
trying
think that's what
to
she's
find a
thinking
way.
about with the last hand too. Is she was up against 3 reaches and picked something she had 2 of.
Oh, how come the white dragons even? Harikae really not trying to deal in. I guess she's a little bit shocked from East 1. Playing a completely safe maneuver here. That's Tempai. Sugimura actually will not deal in with either of these tiles, but they both look slightly dangerous, so definitely not an easy decision. Riichi on 4-pin! That is Furiten, or the 1 so would have been Furiten, so she didn't really have the liberty of taking that weight. But she's actually going to go, I guess she is the dealer, aggressively forward with the Riichi.
Yeah, hoping that Endo draws and discards her winning tile.
Unbelievable! The last copy of the 4-pin
what
out of the
happened?
wall into Endo's hand. Can't use it and deals into Sugimura. As dealer, no less. It was 11-6. Was it Riichi Patsu? Chitoitsu, I think. I think it must have been.
It wasn't Ipatsu. She had discarded already.
I wonder what the Yaku there was, because I don't think it was Tanya. But maybe it was. Maybe it was Tanya.
Needs Tanya Chitoi.
Yeah, Riichi, Tanya, and Chitoitsu or 7 pairs would have done it. 11-6. Either way, Endo not happy about paying 11,600 there when her team is already in last place. And this is the last game. Very tough spot. Endo, like, off to the races with 2 fast Riichis and Sugimura ruining both of them. As they say, that's mahjong sometimes.
I wonder if that's Mahjong or that's poker came first.
I think considering we're speaking in English, it's probably that's poker. But doesn't mean we can't have the same significance to it. Yeah, Harikae here also trying to keep her first place alive. We can currently see with the current totals, both Little and NicoNico will be ahead of ML Stadium if the game ends like this. That would mean a big upset and ML Stadium would be out since this is the elimination game. It's game 3. We will have the remainder of the playoff teams tomorrow, so definitely stay tuned. Come back tomorrow to see more exciting Mahjong. Both of the games so far, game 1 and 2 that we've had on the tournament table, went all the way to South 4. Basically any team could have won. But of course there's a little more gravitas because this is the elimination game. And Okada making the call here. Just a small win like this could keep Team Little in the qualification.
Yeah, coming in it was ML Stadium in first place, but the first steal-in by Harikae really hurt their team and their chances to remain.
Yeah, and she's
One
been
away for
playing.
Harikae now.
She's been playing fairly timidly, but this hand looks like a good chance for her to not strike out, but strike outwardly and win some points. Of course, sometimes you swing and you strike out, but that's not baseball in this case, but that's also mahjong.
Sugimura is out, starts to fold. She's of course in a comfortable first place, so doesn't need to
Endo once
push. And there it is for
again.
Endo first.
She's got 2 Dora, a chance to get 3 if she sumo's the last copy. But Okada has been Tenpai for a while. Now she has to really think. Endo hasn't won the other 2 Riichis, but that doesn't mean her Riichi's not good. You can see the Balenciaga sweater there, keeping Okada warm at the table. Allowing her to think here. That's a very dangerous tile, that 5-1.
I am so fashion illiterate. I didn't even know how to pronounce that.
I wonder if 6-0 might come out.
It's a second pair for Harikae, and she moves away from her open-ended possible twin sequence.
The more I look at the
Okada
table,
is not Temple.
the less I think that 6-0 is coming out from Sugimura.
Yeah, Sugimura is definitely completely folding this hand.
So it is just a matter of
Okada as well.
one single Dora tile left in the wall. I mean, Endo drew Sugimura's one single 4-pin last hand, so maybe she can draw her own single tile this time.
Sugimura folding, but not exactly sure which direction she wants to take it. No fully safe tiles now left.
Yeah, especially not
I guess
completely
the edge pair.
not completely sure that Okada has folded either. And I mean, she hasn't really completely folded. But more often than not, Okada's not winning this hand. But for Harikae, especially after East 1, hard for her to tell. That's like another decent draw. Okay, now it looks a little bit more like Okada's folded. Sugimura, not Tenpai. Yeah, I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, Okada's in a place right now where her team is standing in second place, and any deal-ins, especially to the last place team, could be disastrous. Way more disastrous than just folding in this case.
Endo looking for essentially the fairy tale draw, the Dora, the last Dora out of the wall, coming up to the end of the round. Looks like Endo will have 2 more draws, maybe 3. Yeah, 3 draws if nobody
I think
calls
there's
anything.
no more in. No, there's no more in the wall. There's
There's
isn't
no
there one on
more?
the
I see
the
one on
board?
the
No.
board, yes.
And then there's one in Sugimura's hand.
Oh, yes, there it is. So there are indeed no more in the wall. That's unfortunate. Sugimura holding every single copy of Endo's weights here. So unless she discards the 6-0, she's going to go with the 8, and the 8 is indeed safe.
It's true that she's running out of safe tiles, so if there's not any new safe tiles made, it's possible that something will come out, but probably not the Dora.
Yeah, but 6-0 still deals in. Still pretty expensive, but there's a safe tile. Gets away there. Looks like that's going to be the end for the hand. Just one more draw here for Sugimura. Okada's in a little bit of a tough spot. No, she has already discarded that 4, so not a big deal. Ooh. Would it happen? Hote. 5 pin, middle Suji comes out.
It's kind of a wall, kind of made a wall to
Right.
like blockers, but she did not fall for it.
You can see Sugimura having deep breaths at the beginning and end of every hand when she has the opportunity. But the deep breaths will not keep her dealer this time.
Yeah,
He
that
did
would
not
bring the
make
dealership to
Tempai.
end. This is gonna be one of the chances that Endo needs to take advantage of to really make a comeback.
Yeah, 1 of 2 chances. And I think she's honestly going to need both of them, unless we'll see some Yakuman.
I mean, just getting the team into first place would bring her team's total up to 0, and if ML Stadium is in last place, then it will make the standing scores pretty even. So the first goal is going to be to get into that first place position.
Yep, but there are no more games after this, so she has to do it all in this game. With the time limit, even with long dealers, even once you have to add the time limit to it, it can be tough to make those big comebacks. Harikae has just not been having the greatest luck with her hands so far. Often the only player not to be Tempai. Although in that
She had
previous
some
hand...
really good, like, yeah, it was starting to look good, but she didn't draw the tiles, so she needed to seal the deal.
East Dora here. Very interesting Dora, especially for last place being the dealer. Harikae has 1 copy. Unfortunately for Endo, she doesn't really have those East copies that she would prefer to have right now. And the rest are in the wall. That's a good triplet though, but not Dora. So Endo is going to have to find value a bit of a different way here. That's basically 3 Riichis from Endo and 0 wins so far. Sometimes it just happens like that. Another pair for Harikae, so maybe playing a little bit non-standardly will get it for her. Okada with the first Riichi though.
Okada. She was hoping for a I mean, she didn't need it necessarily score-wise, but it looked like it could have possibly turned into a 4 concealed sequence hand.
Yeah, I mean,
She ends
3
up
is probably enough for her. Harikae finding... This is 2 Doras and it's Tempai. I don't see her folding this. I don't know if it's Riichi necessarily. Yeah, she's going to look for a better weight maybe, or try and catch someone out sneakily. But she's Tempai for 7 pairs, 2 Dora, 2 Riichi 6 on the table, 2 Homba. Everything is 2. 2-2-2-2. I don't see
I think
7
she
so
would
coming
switch
out here.
to. I think she would switch to the White Dragon way if she drew it. So at least in
Hmm.
the near future, she's not going to deal that tile in.
Red Dragon doesn't switch that one. Well, if she didn't switch to the red, is she gonna switch to the white?
Yeah, maybe she won't.
Maybe the 7 so is just too
There's
unsafe.
one. It's a red dragon. 2 red dragons on the board. 1 red dragon on the board. Oh no, she already discarded
Yeah.
it. That's fine.
Mm.
It was a footy 10. That's not the
West,
case with the
that
White Dragon.
you can't do that in Riichi. You can't 7 pairs and wait on a triplet. Another pair here for Endo, but not one I think that she appreciates. I don't think she wanted the pair, but she might be able to make mixed triple sequence with that pair. So I guess a little bit of appreciation for it. Both the 7 and the 9 are very dangerous here. Both 7-9, so.
Yeah, the 9 probably looks like a slightly better weight.
Reach!
The reach with it.
It passes. Oh my goodness, it's perfect!
Ippatsu.
Oh, tough luck for Okada dealing in Ippatsu. All the chase Riichis have been winning here. No first Riichi, no
12,000
Sensei
points.
Riichi has won. Always been the second or the third Riichi so far this game. First Riichi has been cursed.
And that will put Harikae's team ML Stadium back up in the first place position for the table.
Yeah, Sugimura is still ahead in this game, but ML Stadium ahead with the overall scores because NicoNico was at minus 11.9 coming in. NicoNico will still advance though if the game ends like this. And unlike our previous 2 games, coming up, well, it's not quite the South round yet, but coming up to about halftime, we have a clear divide between second and third place here. Whereas our first 2 games were super close. We'll see, that just means bigger comebacks need to be made in the South round. This is the last chance, last game. The scores are straightforward. I wonder if...
Triple up for Sugimura, but she doesn't have enough groups already decided, like enough blocks.
Yeah, I
to
wonder
finish her
if
hand
the
yet.
timer is a little more lenient on the last game of the day. Or if it's still the strict 80 minutes. Because there are a lot of staff still there, right? That are working on the production. So maybe there isn't the option to play longer. Well, and it is still the East round. Sugimura calling East. Going for this hand. It's got 2 Dora in it, so not as cheap as it looks on the outside. Could definitely look to other players like Sugimura's just trying to advance the game because her team's in the lead this game. But that's actually quite a big hand for her. So very dangerous here.
I mean, one thing is that if Sugimura drops down even into second place, that takes 30 points away.
Right.
And gives Little a much better chance to come back and defend their second place position that they were in coming into this game. And they don't need to be ahead of NicoNico to do it in that case.
Right.
So Sugimura definitely wants to defend the first place position in this game and try and end Harikae's dealership.
And Endo, of course, just doing whatever she can to get Endorphin out of the hole they're in. She's been doing that since East 1. It just hasn't had the luck on her side. Sugimura not willing to part with her pair of Dora, so she's not going to keep 6-mon here. Our player is very close to Tenpai here. Harikae is 1 away, but has that kind of hard edge weight with this 8-9 still, looking for the 7. Well, speaking of that weight, Sugimura has that exact weight, but now she's Tenpai, so she'll win if she gets it. Endo's still not there yet, and here we are on Harikae, thinking about whether she wants to switch the weight. She does kind of switch it, but not exactly how I expected.
Looks like she's not really pushing and maybe like keeping the option for a half flush there.
Yep. Something about the 8-9 so is creeping her out. She doesn't want to discard them. Her mahjong sense has been set off. And Endo
She
has...
can't see any of those 7s, and yeah, Endo has them all in her hand.
Yeah, Endo has not discarded the winning tile at all. Or 3 copies of it. Oh, looks like we might end up in a situation where both players are waiting for the same tile, same 7, so this time they're both across the board from each other. We'll see what happens. 2, 3, 4. Okada's pushing forward. Okada's in last place right now. Her team does need those points, so it makes sense for her to be playing aggressively here. Nothing there for Endo. Oh, I would have been Tenpai, but the 8-9 so were just too scary. So Harikae not Tenpai. Oh, a chance to switch, but I don't even know if she wants to switch. Yeah, she's just kind of folding. Still 1 away technically, but her weights have all gotten a lot worse for safety. Okada's also worried about 6-8, so...
She pulls in. Well, the thing is that she's already discarded the 2 bamboo, so waiting on the 2-5 bamboo wouldn't be great.
Right.
So she keeps the Ryankan-chan, the double gari shot.
And so out comes 3, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Riichi! There's another reach from Endo. Every round she's reached, I think. Except maybe 1. Maybe she's reached in every round. Hasn't won yet. Is this her chance? Is this her big break? Sugimura Tenpai for now, but that's a dangerous tile.
She's decided it's
Goes
worth it
for
to
it.
push, and she thinks it is. Yeah.
Ooh, that's the wrong 7.
Endo,
Of course, Endo holding
waiting for
most of the 7.
1 and 4-7, yeah. She's still also waiting for the 1 on the 4, so...
That does mean Sugimura is going to head bump the 7, so if it goes out again. Yeah. But I don't think it's going to happen this time. It seems a lot less likely. Only 1 copy of that 7 so out there somewhere. Endo doesn't even have the option of discarding the 7 so herself anymore. Oh my
there
goodness!
There it is, and Sugimura gets it first.
Sugimura finds the 1 copy remaining, man.
Endo is not having a good time of it.
What can you do? She's just looking at the 7. That's the 1 tile. I have 1, 4, and 7. And I have 3 copies, and that's the 1 tile. And she drew it instead of me. Endo's like, oh man.
I think that's the second time that Sugimura also... It wasn't a head bump because she drew it herself, but she was in a head bump position against Endo's reach.
Yes. Yeah, Endo had pulled the 4-pin, the 1 copy that Sugimura could have used. There's only 1 copy left of the 4-pin against Endo's 2-5-pin, and Endo drew the 4-pin dealt into Sugimura. So just Endo on the drawing the short straw today. Every hand, basically, at least 4 Riichis. I think it was every hand Endo reached, but at least 4 Riichis from Endo, and all of them end up
And
losing.
the first one was that head bump from
Yeah.
Sugimura. Yeah, they all lose in like frustrating ways.
just one of those games, huh? Still
It's
a whole
always the
south
last
round to go,
tile.
though. And Endo's hand is looking kind of good here. Harikae's hand is moving forward as well. We will see what happens. Yeah, Endo's looking to be the first Riichi. Will she do it this time? Harikae's hand improving little by little. Okada for Team Littles. Her hand's improving little by little as well. And that's a good draw for Sugimura as well. So all of our players advancing to Tenpai.
Trying to decide which hand I like best on here. I don't like Okada's hand at all, and I don't like Sugimura's hand. If I were personally playing, oh,
that
this is
should
a little
help
bit
it
better. I
out.
like the
That should help it out right there.
possible Sanshoku, the possible mixed sequences.
Endo's still not Tenpai yet.
Harikae's hand is okay.
Pawn has been called. She was thinking about it. Makes the decision. Is she going to go for Sanshoku, cutting 5
I'm gonna cut
so
the
here?
2 bamboo.
2 so here?
Start with the 2 bamboo, yeah, and then you can call
7
the 6.
so.
She'll go the other way. She prefers to keep the possible usage of Sanzo.
3 so wait. Maybe she read the recent article from Jellycode.
See, this could have been also Tenpai for the Sanshoku, but instead she's waiting for the middle.
3 so, middle 3
Yeah.
so wait.
She
Not a
could be a
3 so
cult
fan
member.
here.
She could be a newly
Okada
inducted
1
cult
away from
member thanks
Tenpai
to the
now.
article.
Okada 1 away.
Counting Sanzos, there's 2 here in Endo's hand.
Yep. And there's 1 here in
And 1
Okada's
in,
hand.
yes, there's 1 left on the wall. Again.
But Sugimura so far has had the most luck when she's waiting for a single tile. It's been the pattern on the table today.
Yeah.
So she's just playing to her strengths here.
I mean, she didn't worry about the Sanshoku because... Oh, then she switches to open-ended for waiting for the 3-6.
3-6.
She didn't worry
the
about it
last
because
3
she's
so.
so far ahead.
The last 3 so, but it works out very well for Harikae. 1, 2, 3 for Okada. It's gonna break the pair. Fully headless, no pairs in hand. Just runs. 3 completed runs, 2 incomplete runs.
Yeah, that's 8 types of tiles that help her out.
Yeah, Endo looking
So
to...
it'd be 28 tiles if she can't see any, but there are some on the board, I believe.
Right. Endo looking to collect another Dora with that shape. She's destroyed one of her pairs, discarded the 8-pin from hand.
I see 4 of Okada's tiles on the board.
Big decision here.
So still really... She could discard the 2 bamboo and wait for 2 different open-endeds. It's not quite as efficient. The advantage to doing that is that you are almost guaranteed to wait for an open-ended instead of a weird middle single wait, but she chooses the more efficient option. Okay, not helpful tile.
No, she's Tenpai.
Okay. Oh, sorry. It's
Oh, Okada just looking for the
like-
7. Just
It looked
7
like it
pin.
just
Sumo! Sugimura!
Sugimura draws first. I don't know why I thought that the Manzu was not connected for some reason, but it was just with one gap.
Sugimura wins again. He's been stopping all the Riichis on the table here. I think Harikae was able to sneak one hand out, but other than that, Sugimura's been winning all of them. As the game continues into South 2, this is now Sugimura's final dealer turn. I wonder if she even needs it.
I did say at the beginning that she was a veteran of the game and plays really well in these highly tense situations where you need to make the hands and get the points to move on.
Yep.
She's been in this position many times in this particular tournament as well.
I definitely noticed that breathing ritual earlier. It's a good thing to do when you get a breather. Take those deep breaths. Keep yourself calm and in the game. But she has also been the benefactor of a lot of good luck here as well. Without a doubt. Her single tile victories have given her a lot of points here too. Sugimura's hand looking only okay here, but possible Tanya, possible all inside hand. Endo, very similar looking hand. Harikae, very similar. Okada here, the only one who looks like she's using outside tiles a little more. So we'll see if the overlap of tiles slows down our other 3 players here. Okada, without any more dealer turns, needs to at least get out of last place in order to salvage Little's position right now.
Now here's the three of characters is not that useful for Harikae, but she could look to try and fill in the other places to come up with a sneaky 1-3-4 weight later in the hand.
That would be very
Right
powerful.
here, yeah.
Yes.
So she locked in the open-ended with the dots first.
Oh, the Risa appears for Sugimura. Fills in one of her shapes. A lot of other Sozu tiles around it, so she'll decide how she wants to shape that up depending on the tile she draws in the future. Endo, not a big fan of that one mod. We'll discard it back.
And if you're Sugimura here, are you trying to go for cheaper hands, or are you trying to go for more expensive hands? Because if the hand, if your dealership moves to the next player, it doesn't really hurt you much.
Right.
And if you stay dealer, and then it just gives you a buffer for that last dealer, and also maybe runs down the clock so that other people can't have their last dealerships.
That's true.
But
Sugimura
it's kind of a tough choice which one you want to go for.
He really wants that 7 so here, but it looks like Okada has picked up a lot of them.
But I mean, there's other options like to chi the 5 bamboo. I'm wondering if she's going to keep the option and actually like initiate calling for a cheap just inside hand, or if she wants to get something more expensive for her turn as dealership and not worry about it if she can't win it.
Yeah, I mean the decision is there. I don't know if she's going to call for a cheap hand. Maybe she just takes a cheap hand if she draws it. But it doesn't seem like she really has had a choice yet. To be fair, we haven't been able to see. This is one away now.
She locks in the twin sequence.
Yeah, loses a bunch of calling options by getting rid of the triplet of Tuso, so Doesn't look like she's going to be calling here. She can still technically call to make Tenpai. But there are a lot fewer ways to do it now. Finds one just naturally. Oh no, that's not
She
it.
already
That's
discarded
not
the
it.
one bamboo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 2 and the 1 are
so
both discarded. She would need the 7 so here to be Tenpai, but this is 1 away. Gonna keep this
yeah.
safe-ish red
She
dragon around.
kept the one. She could have been Tenpai already, but she wanted to keep this safe red dragon
And
a
Harikae
little bit
just sitting
longer.
here, Tenpai. No Riichi. Middleweight. She does have Yaku though, so that's an advantage. She's gonna keep the middleweight. No long extended 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shape. It wouldn't be Tenpai yet, but it has a lot of room to improve.
Yeah, it driven away.
A 6-man for Endo. Endo's got to be thinking about winning most, if not all, the hands. She
Yeah,
has a
she's
chance
moving
at.
toward the. That would have been the 3-6 weight Tenpai for Harikae as well.
Yeah.
She had decided to break Tenpai, which she didn't.
Pair number 5, if
Yeah.
Okada wants to discard 9 so she's feeling a little tentative about it. Oh, it's gonna go fully in on 7 pairs.
Yeah, she had the option of going for possible like hedging also
Right.
non-pairs hand, but
There's a 9 so. Unfortunately, Okada not Tenpai yet. Oh, it would have been 7 pairs Tenpai anyway. Cannot predict which pairs will come to you. You can only make an
and Okada's in
educated
a rough
decision.
spot. Yeah, too, because she has to bring Sugimura down
Another
below
9!
Harikae.
Another 9! Okada had set up this 9 weight. She was right. They were still on the wall, but Harikae able to discard them before Okada can find Tenpai.
Yeah, Okada needs actual points for her hand. She can't just win the hand like Sugimura and Harikae can at this point.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even 3rd place doesn't seem like it's enough for Okada.
Could be enough depending on who's in last place and who's in first place. If she was really close to Sugimura's score, with Sugimura down in a low 2nd place, then Okada could be 3rd place, but considering how many points Sugimura has and Okada has no more dealer turns, that would be a really hard thing to achieve.
Okada really looking for the dream here, the 7 pairs with 2 Dora, Chitoitsu, Dora Dora. But we're running out of tiles for that dream to happen. Not a single player is Tenpai, and we move on to South 3.
Yeah, that's rough. So if Okada was within 16 points of Sugimura and Sugimura was in 2nd place and not 1st place, then it would be enough, but that just seems impossible at this point. It'd be really hard. She'd have to get 1 or 2 really big hands. Or Sugimura would have to deal into Endo a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot. It looks like the bright lights on her aren't helping her situation out here. Kind of trying to catch some fresh air in their stadium. A lot of people in there.
Yeah. I mean, as an M leaguer for a few years now, she's used to the lights, but you know,
Yeah.
high stress situations are always high stress.
Yeah. And on the M League, not ML Stadium, but on the actual on the M League big stage, there aren't 4 other tables around you in the room. It's just you and the other 3 players there. Well, this is a tough spot for sure.
And Sugimura now just needs to not deal in and try and pick up cheap hands when she can.
Yeah, this seems like a hand that
So-
she can do it, but no, without Yaku so far, it looks like Sugimura might have to risk a Riichi. Sometimes you gotta risk a Riichi even when you're far ahead. Your hand doesn't have the Yaku.
Maybe we're not sure how it will shape up. She gets the 7 in the 7 character and the 5 dot first, and
Yep, and she'll have Pinfu.
easy Pinfu, but
She's
yeah.
not gonna go for that. Gonna go for the inside shape. Just the
Yeah,
floating
keeping
middle
the
tile.
4 for hopefully a little bit easier
Ooh!
Pinfu, but Endo is reach with waiting for the 6 character, a middle weight.
Dora only. Riichi no Yaku, Dora only. Seeing if this single tile hunting can work for her as well. She's tried all the efficient weights. She's tried the Rian. So she said, alright, let's try Dora only.
Yeah, just
Dora
fast.
Kanchan weight. Yep, right in the
It
middle.
really feels like she went into the hand thinking, okay, I'm just gonna reach anything and everything.
We'll see if it works out.
Just has to try and rally. Oh, the
this
7 would have been helpful.
But I don't know if she would be fighting this Riichi regardless from the dealer. Oh, Suji, but that's not the winning tile. Oh, there's one gone. One copy for Harikae. She doesn't discard it. At least not yet. That leaves 2 more copies, I think, in the wall. Endo, maybe 3. I think 2, though.
Another thing is, since the time is not endless, Endo needs to get her points and get them really fast. So it doesn't
Right.
have a lot of time to save up the points. So it's just
Oh,
probably just like,
another
"Alright, I gotta
copy for
reach."
Harikae. I don't see any on the board, so I think there are 2 left still, though. 2 copies left for Endo.
It's mentioned in the chat, but it feels like she's due.
Right.
She's reached so many times.
Yes. This might actually be her 6th Riichi attempt. I think it's 5. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was 6. Sugimura, tough decision here for her. Not too much information because it's such an early reach. Goes with Dora
Yeah, she
Suji.
definitely wants to fold.
Yep.
Yeah, she went with Dora Suji because it's gonna be cheaper if she deals in than dealing in with the Dora, obviously, and also she has 3 of them, so if one passes, she doesn't have to think for 2 more hands or 2 more draws.
Right. Still 2 copies of the Dora, 2 copies of the 6-mon in the wall. No one else has drawn them yet. Harikae has drawn 2 copies since the Riichi, but all 4 were in the wall at the beginning. Where are the other 2 copies? Harikae discarding her own double wind, the south. Definitely just playing defense here. And there goes the other copy of the south wind.
Okada's hand is such a tweener. Like, it looks pretty good, but
Yeah.
she doesn't have. She has blocks that aren't decided, and she wants to fold, but she keeps getting middle tiles that are hard to fold with.
It's tough, I feel like, to fold here. If Endo sumos, you almost don't really have much of a shot. But that 6-pin discard from Okada is a lot like a fold. I guess she can still get 4-pin in between 3 and 5.
Endo sumoing doesn't really affect Okada much until Endo gets in the first place position.
I
So
guess
she
that's
kind of
fair.
wants Endo to stay dealer
Yeah, that's a good point when you
and get
consider
another
the
shot at a
points
big hand.
and
Yeah.
which teams are where. So I guess in the grand swing of things, Okada has to get above Harikae or Sugimura.
She just has to get within 16 points of Sugimura as long as Sugimura is second place. But the thing is, Harikae is not close enough to Sugimura to get her down in second place easily. So you only have to get second place in this overall. So
Right.
yeah, if you look at the scores before this game started, then Little and NicoNico were over 38 points away. So if they're second and third place, that's only a 20-point difference with the Uma. So if she's within 16, maybe even 17, 18 points of Sugimura, it'd be fine. The problem is Sugimura's in first place, so it's a 50-point difference with the Uma.
Yeah. And we saw Okada pull the third copy of the Dora, which only leaves one more copy for Endo. One copy, 4 draws left, so one more draw for Endo, really. Will it be the fairy tale draw? It wouldn't quite be Haite, at least not the way it currently is. The way it currently is, Harikae gets the last draw. But it would still be a beautiful win as dealer. Can she find it? Can she find it? Oh! No, it's not there. The last one is in the dead wall.
We'll have a continuance with Endo as a dealer one more time. Lucky for Okada, the people that she needs to catch up with were not Tenpai, making a further gap.
Right. You can see all the logos still flashing of all the teams, even the ones not currently in the finals or the playoffs.
Yeah, the VRC is popping up every once in a while as well.
That's us. Thumbs up.
That's us.
Subscribe to WRC.
Yeah, did you guys hit the like button? I feel like there weren't enough likes. Only like half of the people have pressed the like button.
Did you know 90% of viewers?
What?
The old YouTube call to action. That was a fad for a while, and now it's almost an ironic fad for creators to bring it up now. They would bring up the subs versus unsubbed viewers stat, and did you know 90% of viewers are not subscribed? So subscribe now. Really helps the channel. It became
subscribing
a meme at
is
some point.
free.
Yes.
You can even get a paid membership. We're going to start having members only tournaments once a month or so.
Ooh,
pretty
exciting.
soon. So if you want to support the channel and also qualify for a tournament to play with our commentators for some fun prizes, then go ahead and become a member.
Ooh.
And it will help us out a lot.
That's a good draw for Sugimura, especially if she's just trying to end this. She's in good position. Endo not taking the Sanjoku, the 1-2-3. Harikae also not bad here. Okada could make a Dora 3-hand here if she can just find another Southwind. It's not quite enough on its own, but I guess it'll set her up as best she can. I'm not sure how much more she could do on this hand, setting up for South 4. Pair of 2s for Okada. Still looking for that third South. Is that? No, that's an 8-man. For some reason, I thought it was a South. Harikae needs that 8-man though, but you can't really call it. She'd have to be Tenpai and then get it from Endo. I'm gonna cut the 6-0 here.
Harikae is really comfortably in first place right now, overall.
Right.
So she really doesn't have to push anything.
Yeah, it's just a matter of not having a disastrous dealer turn in South 4. Nobody Suanko on. Nobody get a Yakuman Sumo when you're in South Park. Oh, not a bad draw for Okada here. If she gets this closed, we could see Haneman, maybe Baimon. But Sugimura just got Tempai there. Very...
Nice fill-in for Endo. She had a bunch
Yes.
of middle weights and fills one in.
Sugimura, very, very subtle, quick discard. Hiding her Tempai, but she is Tempai 7-pin. Another pair, but Okada not going for the pairs here. Oh, Suji trap maybe? Discard 6-pin, catch on the 9-pin?
Don't
Nope.
think. Yeah, it's not exactly the most efficient, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, there's the
It's
Dora!
fine, actually.
Harikae! She's been playing very defensively. That's not coming out. Not, at least not now.
Trying to think of the. I think she didn't want to hold 2 pairs, but I guess that's fine. Because the 6 and the 9 essentially work the same, unless she's hoping for a possible open-ended
Oh,
switch.
Harikae makes Tempai. That convinces her to discard Dora. Harikae going Dama 10, but now Okada Tempai, Sugimura Tempai, Harikae Tempai. Only Endo, unfortunately, not Tempai here as the dealer. Three Tempai. Are
There
they?
are 2 9s out already, that's why. Okay, that's what I was looking for. So there was no Suji trap option.
I only saw one copy of the 9-pin. Okay, Endo doing whatever she can, calling, trying to
Oh,
make
wait.
Tempai here.
You're right. That's a 9 bamboo. It's hard to see. They looked the same.
She's going her last chance maneuver here. Okada switching, same weight, but switching the shape of her hand. No con! I guess she's already ahead. And she doesn't like her weight that much.
Win.
That's the dealing tile! Oh, avoids it. At least for now, but I don't know if she can avoid it and still play forward. Harikae risks 7 man. 4-pin, that's not the dealing tile. Only 7 here. It's a Suji. We definitely might see it here from Endo. Oh, that's the last Dora. That's pretty safe. But almost feels like borrowed time right now. Do we keep the Ipeko with 789 or do we switch it for the 6?
No, she doesn't need the
Neither.
points, and she'll just fold.
Sumo! Okada Sumo. Dora 3. South Dora 3. It's a start.
8,000. Yeah, it puts her in a decent position to try and overtake something coming in. But she's still gonna need kind of a miracle.
Yep. It's a start, but now she's looking for that Yakuman Sumo. Or her direct hit.
I think if she just finishes ahead of Harikae. Because they have less than a 20-point difference coming in. So as long as she's ahead of Harikae gets into 2nd place and puts Harikae down into 3rd place, then that should be enough to overcome the difference. So she'll be looking for... It's just 13,400. So 6,400 would not quite be enough for a direct hit, so she'll be looking for a Mangan direct hit or...
Yeah, you can see the stress. Stress is getting to her. She's got to play this last hand precisely.
I think she would need probably a Haneman Tsumo or a Mangan direct hit on Harikae. Or if she wins from someone else, it has to be Baimon. And she's pretty much the only one here playing with those conditions because Sugimura can just fold out if Harikae will certainly not take Tempai if they get to a draw. Yeah. And
Looks
it's
like
probably unlikely if she'll even go for a winning hand. She might just decide to fold out of the last hand.
but she can't afford to get overtaken, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, she can't. So she just basically doesn't need. She needs to try to not deal in and hope that Okada doesn't draw Hanemon. Basically.
Yeah, she needs Hanemon Sumo to overtake here. 13,600 point difference just outside Mangan Sumo range.
Yes, I think the best thing for Harikae to do is just probably fold out and hope Okada doesn't make a Hanemon hand, but giving her that much time going into the exhaustive draw is a little bit risky.
Yeah, looks like
I think it's very, very unlikely that Sugimura or Endo would deal in a Baimon to Okada because Sugimura really just needs to fold here. She doesn't need to do anything, and Endo can't do anything except maybe go for some kind of Yakuman.
Oh.
So they all calculated their conditions and ready to go.
All right. Perhaps the delay was to get everyone's score in place. Perhaps it was to clean up the previous table that we saw in the background there.
And I think they were all calculating to make sure they knew what their conditions were. And basically, Endo and Okada are the only ones with conditions, but they really want to avoid like Endo just winning 1,000 points or something in last place with no chance of advancing.
Right. For Endo, it's tough. Even a Yakuman here, not sure that would do it. He's looking for double Yakuman, basically. This is not that kind of hand. But she's trying. We can see 13 Orphans Kokushu Muso attempt here. Even off of only 6 or 7 honor tiles.
I mean, she does only need to get second place and not first place, so winning off of Sugimura might just about do it if it was Kokushu Muso. I mean, she needs first place overall. So I mean, second place overall, so first place for the game. But Sugimura is heading towards a really quick, cheap hand, and she would be happy to pull in that white dragon and just
but there
fill
is
in the others.
one copy gone, so there is only one left. Still in the wall somewhere, though.
Harikae really doesn't need to do anything, just wants to fold, and Okada is trying to think of how to make...
looking like Hanemon. Junchan Dora 1. Closed, that's 4. Riichi makes it 5. You get the Sanshoku, you got 7. Definitely a possibility here. And Sumo would be 8.
Reach, yeah. If she could reach it and draw it, then it would be Hanemon.
Yep. Well, we reach Sumo, Junchan, Sanshoku, 1 Dora. That would make it 8 for Baimon. And looks like that's the path she's going to take here. Might not be able to get...
she only needs the Hanemon, though. She doesn't need the Baimon.
Although with the Baimon, you think she could win it from anybody, right? 16,000?
Yeah, I just think it's really unlikely that Endo or Sugimura will deal in.
Well, if it is Junchan and it comes quickly, those edge tiles could come out. Although she would have to reach, so kind of ruins the surprise. I'm looking at possibly...
Junchan Sanshoku Dora is enough for Hanemon, but...
Looking at possibly the Itsu, the full straight with this 5-pin. No, it's gonna go. Keeps the 7-mon over it. I wonder if Sugimura would just call the 7-mon and go for the Atotsuke. We might find out soon, to be fair.
Okada is also a snake believer. She uses Naga to study.
6-7. Ooh, that's a weird tile. Does not get you, yeah, but it does still allow you to make Sanchoku, kind of. All her pairs are in the 1, though. All her pairs are 1s. So if she uses 6-7 as a run, that's really
Wants
tough.
to use those 2 Dora as well.
Maybe she's
Trying to
thinking
decide
about
if it's more likely
Sanchoku
to use the 2
Doko? No.
Dora.
No.
To use the 2 Dora or go for this mixed sequences, but
Right. No,
the
no,
thing
the
is,
Dora
Naga
is
doesn't
9.
really.
Dora is 9 pin.
Oh, you're right. I did that again. One thing about Naga though, it doesn't really help you for these conditional situations.
Yeah.
We don't quite have enough of the data for these kind of.
Oh, there's a pair.
hands.
There's a pair outside 1, 2, 3, but it is not Junchan, so that's 3 Han off of our theoretical hand. So it is going to be Sanchoku 1 Dora, which is only 3 Han, and that's only if it's closed. Riichi makes it 4.
Kish could end up open-ended and have a Pinfu possibly.
Yeah, maybe, but the 6 is kind of her pair if she goes for Sanchoku right now. The rest of her weights are not open-ended.
Yeah, she'd have to fill in the Sanchokus first, but she could be waiting for. I think it wasn't it 667.
Yes,
Is
but
it 5 6?
that's her
Yeah,
only
so
pair right now. Is 6. She has 7 9, and of course she's got to use the Dora. Or pretty sure she wants to use the Dora.
I mean, probably hoping that the Dora pairs up.
Yeah, that would work. That would be a very solid Pinfu. Sanchoku Pinfu 2 Dora, 2 3 4 5 closed. You sumo that, you don't even have to Riichi. You add sumo to that, it's 6 Han. I don't even know if Damaten's worth it there though. The silent tempai, you can't really run off anybody else. The whole point of doing the silent
You
tempai.
can run off of
Harikae?
the dealer,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay,
Harikae.
maybe.
She only needs Mangan from Harikae.
Maybe it works out there. Harikae moving 5 pairs on her own. That's a hand she doesn't have to Riichi. But then again, if she wins it, then we got to do another hand, right? Oh, a 2! A 2! 1 away for Okada now. But she can't really call it, so she has to hope she can draw it. Harikae, oh no, this is Endo. Endo going for Suanko, I suppose. That's one of the Yakuman that she can pick up here. A Dora for Harikae, but not a very usable
really
one.
that great options for any of the Yakuman that she needs.
Yeah, originally looked like she was going for 13 orphans, but it's like
Sugimura is Tenpai.
Waiting
for the middle 7 no Yaku.
7, 8, 9 regular situation. This would be pretty nice. Here, not gonna cut it. And she's just trying not to deal in and affect the game here at this point. Maybe.
Yeah, leaving
Giving
a
up hope.
kind of Hail Mary option for concealed triples.
Sugimura's Tenpai with no Yaku though, isn't it? So she can't roan, she can only sumo.
Yep. Exactly.
Could still happen. But she has not been brave enough to Riichi to catch other players, I suppose. Brave or foolish enough. Hard to say sometimes. Either way, 7 Mon coming out is not going to be a roan. We are getting to the end though, so it's probably not really any need to reach at this point. 7, 8, 9. This would be a monster hand normally. Just unfortunate situation she's in.
Yeah, she just can't do anything, so she folds out.
Yeah.
I mean, she could still maybe get a couple triples, but we're really running out of time here. She needs other people to pawn some things to
3, 4,
get
5,
her some
6,
extra
7, 8.
draws.
Doesn't really help here. She just has to avoid dealing in, I think, at this point. Maybe even break Tenpai. Tenpai's not too important. 3 pin comes out. I guess it was safe enough for her. White Dragon! Harikae is not going to let that go at this point, looks like. Is that an 8? No, it's a 7. Ooh, tough break. That would mean discarding the Dora. She's thinking about it, but there's really not much time left. No, she's gonna keep what she has. 7A. There's like 4 tiles left. Not really much hope here for Okada. Chi has been happened. Chi has happened.
She's moving the last tile away from Okada.
Yeah, so she can't Haite. Out comes the rest of the white dragons. Safest tile in her hand.
Yeah, she's got 2 of them, so she knows she'll have a safe tile for the very last discard as well.
Okada gets one chance to even make Tempai here. Doesn't find it. And so that looks like it's going to be it.
We will end in a draw, and the 2 advancing teams have been decided. They will be playing here in Japan in just a couple hours now.
Ooh, exciting, exciting. This is a
So
bit of a
first
delayed
place-
broadcast. Yep.
Sugimura with plus 58.8. That puts her team in 2nd place overall. 2nd place, Harikae plus 7.6. That puts keeps her team in 1st place overall. Okada minus 25.8 lost the 2nd place spot for Team Little, the hair salon that we are all mesmerized by, and 4th place Endo. They went into the last game in last place and just couldn't get the comeback. And that is it.
Woo! Well, that's only it for the first set of groups. We still have the next set of groups tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll be broadcasting the last game, so the elimination games for tables D, E, and F.
Yep, so that's going to be super exciting. The teams that we didn't see here today, we'll see tomorrow. The commentators that we didn't hear here today, we will hear tomorrow, as well as some repeats. So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
And don't forget that, I don't know, you guys probably didn't mention it, but Garth and I will be doing a live show in Japanese at
That's
9:30
right.
p.m. JST on the JPML channels.
A surprise
I'm
show.
Yeah.
Jenn is going to be doing world news.
World news. We're going to talk about all the Reach things happening in the world, but in Japanese. And I think we'll have an interview. So who am I going to interview? That will be an interesting question. That will be answered.
That'll
on
be
the
a
show.
big surprise.
It'll be live for 1 hour. Sort of a resurrection of the Nani Monoda show we were doing years and years ago.
That's Jenn. It was a podcast before podcasts almost, but it did have video for a lot of it, right?
Oh. So we had a Riichi Mahjong podcast since 2007, I think. And that went on, but we also started doing a live show around 2011.
Ooh.
And it was we streamed on Ustream and on NicoNico. I don't know if anyone remembers Ustream,
Hey, I remember
letter
you
U.
stream.
So we're simulcasting on NicoNico and Ustream, and it was a Japanese show. And that went on for a couple of years.
Well, good luck tonight. I guess today,
Yeah,
Jenn.
Tonight is our news show. Yeah, it's called Jenn and Garth no Intahai. So come check it out if you have time, but if you don't, then be back here tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.
Same WRC place for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. See you tomorrow, everybody, from all of us at the WRC commentary booth. Have a good day, night, and we hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you.